Ngindwando ngumkhulu leligama ngenda refrigeration ne-electrical. But nje la ngijule khona kakhulu kula khatsele khona ama fridge. Senda commercial senda industrial. Phinde senda domestic. Sicale thina sicale kancane sing better than worse. Okay, ngapha ngisebenzako it's better than worse electrical and refrigeration. Ngakushiya lokho ingapha ne sisungule ngeminyaka wa 2000 sesizama lokuthi sesibona ukuthi sesiyasebenza. So lesikwendako thina senda ema fridge sisebenzisa ema gases la environmental friendly. Sibalekana lithathwa sinali le ozone layer lokuthiwa imihla yonke nemalanga sayilimele. Nasingahasa kunaka ema fridge incumbi sekede kunala kulabathi condenser kuba la ngemuva kule fridge nyalo sekwafakwa la ukhanzishisa lamaceleni lokho kuhambisana lokuthi ayikeke isabasta because iqala bekubekelwa la ngemuva ukuthi kutoba nale room temperature ihlala ipholile nyalo sekuphotiswa nje ngile form lebalakiyo because angeke lisabhoma le pipe akusasebenza aba copper pipe akusasebenza abasebenza ama aluminiums ke sibafika njani kiwo because le magesi sesibasebenzisa akasasinzi seka lighter noma ngase uyayikhenika ayisaphakami iyeletulu yobulela lidwadwazi seyiphelela nje khona la phasi ikhasa phasi kanti lebe siyisebenzisa phambilini beku 134A bo R22 bebaphakama bayeletulu babhoboza lidwadwazi nabhoboza lidwadwazi kungako namuhla sesikhuluma ngabo skin cancer namuhla sesikhuluma ngokuthi bogogo kufuna bawulungisa lidwadwazi lemehlo bayi good shepherd bawu clean emehlo bosise kwafilter sunscreen indzaba ngiloko ukuthi sibe nebudlapha la kuqala nasaqala umsebenzi asikakhona kunakekeleka futhi sakwenta sisehlathini singakafundziseke lokhu nginamuhla kula environmental authority namuhla labasendela kona bayasifaka kuma trainings sihle sifunza lapho nalapho nakukhona amagesi lamasha lasafikile njengoba sikhuthata imihla yonke emalanga sithi sikulomkhakha nalabanye bozakwethu lesinabo lapha kule business lesiyendawo ekulungisa ama fridge ifridge imcoka kakhulu sinema aircons nema office kuyabita ukuthi sisebenzise lamagesi lasakhona sile nje sisebenzisa sisayisebenzisa bo R22 sisebenzisa 507 esikhundleni sale R22 sisebenzisa i404 esikhundleni sa R22 nabo 1347 konke lokho amagesi lesi sinako nyalo le refrigerant lama refrigerant lasakhona nyalo asayi combination yawo onke lamagesi lasangekho siye sithi ke thine nawenda i-domestic nangichaza kabanti i-domestic ngule fridge lele yasendlini lesiyisebenzisa emakhaya lesi sithi ke thina nasithi technician ucela uyithathe uyikhiphele ngephandle lokho uyikhiphele ngephandle uvikela labantu labangekhathi i-property number 1 because they are flammable number 2 kuba flammable kwawo ufuna ukwati ukuthi how to use lama gases refrigerant leseyikhona R600 nangabe ude lwati lolunganani yani kulo somatic sonemalanga asebenta ngako nalesi siyaqela kulabanye boza ukuthi manje bakujoyine nako environmental baqhumana na environmental swazi environmental authority atewuba zama kubafaka kulolwathi kunema courses labahle bawenda bafundzisa ngako kona lo lama refrigerant lasakhona kungako sesithi sikhusatha kusonke thile sesikhona kulomkhakha la
going to introduce to you Make Shongwe intombi lena ledlala amakhoyane laba labangazange sebamva amakhoyane batamva lamhla live emajaha ke ayitolo nangabe ayosoma intombi bekayiva ngalo makhweyane ukuthi ingakuphi today we are going to usher the sounds of makhweyane besuthu badlala instrument ekuthiwa lisiba it talks to the spirit of the Basotho people. The instrument she is carrying here today is an instrument upitutless. It's an instrument that talks to the spirit of emaswati makhoyane nesitolotolo emajaha bayadlala sitolotolo tintombi tidlale makhoyane lamhla ke sidawuva makhoyane kulelo hola lapha eMavuso Trade Centre as we are about to start this event. Ngidacela ukuthi sibonjine labami lapha basonzete the sound lapha gogo manje nje asizifahla utashayela nje imiculo emibili and then we will start the event. Over to you, Coco.
Sing mange pixelin. Wait, c'est pas. Konzene na la meleke ko. La bovu ko. Bu. Metu. Fanya nini? Sana kile. Sonze tele ngana. Ngathi kancane ngidawushayisela. Ngabe kutawucedzana nalamntwana.
Kuka mekukile kukuka chiubi
nazinga bathwa kuka matala bo ayenhle nazinga bathwa kuka walayela shaya mndimanje lobhambo lwethu nabathi mbiketane nini ekhabonini angezi ngemandi ngigeza ngombizi thamke enkundleni yasetimbisini maekuka mnenkukile maekuka kushiubi maekuka mnenkukile pe maekuka mayebabe babe mnekunisele makangongena elaba ikiliki kungisele bonzanga yethu ngiyakhala tinkukhu mnese kungisele makangongena elababe ayekhala kabosinga elababe lo maye babe kojathi ngakhala maye mnekungisele makangongena ebonzanga yethu babe mnekungisele makangongena ebonzanga yethu ngele yela babe loya ngobuya ngele tanamake ekhaya maye babe kungisele ebonzanga yethu maye mne sengishile nayela babe la kumse la babelo obeti umsele banzanga yethu ngele na yela babelo lethi nkukhu thingakhala mnese kungisele makangongena ebonzanga yethu mayethi khala kabosinga yela babelo maye babe kodwa thingakhala kungisele makangongena ebonzanga yethu
wasenishayele le ntombi intandla manje ya labonga mtimanze lobhambelunya ndingabathi mvili kuthiwa dakuphi na nabe dekhabonina hawu nkosi yami siyabonga uthi utashayela sitolotolo gogo nje kancane sitaye sesiyachubeka nehlelo lwethu. Your Excellencies, welcome. We want to welcome His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, represented by the Minister of Tourism and Environmental Affairs. This morning, His Excellency, the UN Resident Coordinator, Babe George Wachira, the Chairperson of the EEA Board, and board members of the EEA Board of Trustees of the Environment Fund, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mavuso, who is also the focal point for climate change in Eswatini, and the NDA and all our senior colleagues from the ministry. We also welcome the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Babe Smelane. We welcome the Acting CEO of NDMA, all other colleagues who are in the house. Maybe before Gogo can play for us Stolo Tolo, let me just invite Babe Nzimanze, Mfundisi Nzimanze, just to come and offer a word of prayer for us before we proceed with the program, Your Excellency.
Good morning. All protocol observed. May we please pray. Could I kindly ask if you can stand, please do. If you are our VIPs, you are excused, you may sit. Heavenly Father, we give you praise. We want to thank you, Lord, for giving us this event that reminds us of the mandate that we as human beings are here on earth to occupy and to fulfill our duties, because we have said this is the garden that you have given to us. We must till this garden. We must make sure that this garden looks good so that it is able to give us all the kind of food and nutrients that we need so that we may live. We pray that, Lord God Almighty, you remind us of this responsibility that you gave to mankind, the very first one that you created as a model for all of us, that we must be responsible for this earth, we must take good care of it, and we must till it, tender this garden. In the mighty name of Jesus, we pray that, Lord God Almighty, everything that we do today, it would be a reminder to each and every one of us. Lord God Almighty, it is going to challenge each and every one of us to take good care of our environment. Because if we do, dear Lord God Almighty, we will attain the kind of temperatures that we need to survive in this world, so that our animals in the seas, they will not be negatively affected. Our lives that are going on, Lord God Almighty, even in places that are surrounded by waters, they will not be reduced to nothing. We give you praise, Father. Everything is committed to your precious holy name, in the name of Jesus Christ, our King. Amen. We may take our seats.
Your Excellency, maybe before we proceed, once again, maybe let me just request my colleagues to alert me if the regional administrator for Manzini is represented. By show of hand, I would be happy if Umntwana Nkosi is represented in this gathering, so that we can accord his representative the opportunity to welcome you, Laga Manzini. Nonetheless, we are aware, Your Excellency, that many activities are taking place here, Kamanzini today, so Umntwana Nkosi may be caught up in that maze of activities. With that, maybe as Babesimelane, the board chairperson, gets ready to come and welcome you as well, Your Excellency. Asengivumele gogo nje ashayele yinye ingoma yesitolotolo kafishane nje. Asalendela nang PS ukuthi amana sive esitolotolo before we get into the program. Gogo. Professor Loy, Abe Macha. Now the Macha. Wabonile. Also. Phizani imshayele intandla gogo, qhubeka gogo uyishaye naba basethe abatofusela. Qhubeka bo. Siyabonga Mtimanze lo Bhambo, siyabonga lo music lesengce kuwo. At this point in time, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the chairperson of the EEA board, Babe Simelane, Babe Mlungisi Simelane, Senior Counsel, to come and welcome you, Your Excellency, as we probably commence our program this morning. Ngicela simshayele intandlo Mnguni as he come up front.
Honorable Minister of Tourism and Environment Affairs, Mages Melane, Regional Coordinator of the United Nations, Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism and Environment Affairs, and the Undersecretary of the same ministry, the CEOs and heads of departments, the Refrigeration and Cooling Association chairperson and members, the EEA management and staff, government officials, media houses that are present. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our gathering today is not just a conference. It is a testament of our collective resolve to change the cooling industry and protect our planet. We all know that our planet is in imminent danger to climate change and the ozone layer depletion. The Swaziland Environment Authority has long recognized that the path to sustainable future requires bold action, collaboration, and unwavering commitments. So today, I am very proud to say that sustainability is just a goal for us. It's not just a goal for us, but is the very foundation of our operations and the driving force behind our innovation. Honorable Minister, in recent years, the authority has made significant strides in the country regarding this issue. EEA has worked tirelessly to ensure the introduction and adoption of global warming potential refrigerants, which are both ozone and climate-friendly cooling. To ensure competency in the refrigeration and air conditioning sector, we have sustained training programs. Those that came earlier, I'm sure they saw some videos of students that graduated. Last year, there was a graduation of students that had been trained in the cooling industry and air conditioning industry. And our survey that has been conducted by the institution, Honorable Minister, has reflected that most of the large manufacturing and processing industries that are operating in the country, they now have new technologies that are friendly to the environment, especially our cooling needs and associated energy. That is a stride that is well appreciated, and we, as EA, we hope that other industries that are producing and somehow affect the environment, they will take a leaf from the cooling and refrigeration industry, which is basically an industry that is willing to work with the environment sector in containing what is already ours. The earth is, excuse me. Sorry, Minister. I didn't kill my. Honorable Minister, our efforts as EEA are deep-rooted in the belief that the cooling industry must lead the change of combating global warming. I've personally wondered why it's called global warming, because when something is warm in Eswatini, it's neither cold or hot. But it's called global warming nonetheless. Personally, I think it should be global heat. As we dive into the discussions that we are going to hold today and the presentations that are going to be made, I challenge each and every one of us to think beyond the conventional boundaries in discussing this topic. Let us come up with innovative apparatus that is going to assist in being friendly to the environment. And please remember that every degree matters. So therefore, the innovation that we are going to discuss today, it will really matter. So today, I encourage every one of us to take an action, and we appreciate, Minister, that you have taken swift action regarding plastics. So even the issue of the ozone depletion, we see how passionate you are, Honorable Minister, in seeing it addressed. So today, let us come up with an action plan that is going to shape the world or contribute in shaping the world in a better way so that future generations are able to enjoy the fruits of our deliberations today. I look forward to the insights and the collaboration that will emerge in this summit, and together, I believe that we can do it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. For a minute, you began to sound like the next speaker here, Dr. Mafu, is going to come and give a short presentation. Honorable Minister, just shows how conversant the Chair is with the issues. Honorable Minister, let me just also acknowledge that this event is being live streamed by our 2 national TV stations. Eswatini TV is broadcasting this activity live, as well as channel Yemaswat is also broadcasting this live. And we are also live streaming on YouTube and other platforms, just to make sure even those that are at home can be able to benefit. And we also welcome those who are joining us at home, this being such a cool day, so we are quite pleased. Honourable Minister, if there's a subject that talks to science and make value of all the scientific body of knowledge that is available both in climate change and this issue of the atmosphere, a field that brings in many, many disciplines, whether it's chemistry, whether it's geography, whether it's physics, whether it's climatology. This day talks to all of those disciplines. We have therefore, Honourable Minister, found it fit that we bring one of our, I wouldn't even say rising star in terms of our capable academics coming from the University of Eswatini. He is seated there with many other colleagues from the University of Eswatini, very capable gentlemen and ladies, nonetheless of the Professor Roy Villane here, Professor Manyatsi, Dr. Murie, Dr. Wiz Lamini, just to mention a few. Let me just say et al. But this morning, Dr. Lihle Mafu, one of the senior lecturers in the department, Faculty of Science, Department of Chemistry, who is also one of our young academics, we are very proud of, Honourable Minister, with the amount of work they put and the amount of collaboration they bring for us. Lihle is a PhD holder in chemistry, but focusing on renewable energy, and of course the issues of technology are some of the things that excite him. He is also a very keen hiker, although, Honourable Minister, he doesn't always finish the trails. When you go to Malolocha Nature Reserve, there's a trail to Slotwane. When you're on the trail to Slotwane, there's a small hill. It's called Gamafu, because that's where he ended before he summited Slotwane at Malolocha. But this morning, I hope he will take the presentation to the end and then make sure the Honourable Minister gets the message. Let's welcome Dr. Lihle as he comes to share with you, Your Excellencies, the short presentation. I hope he's not going to disappoint me like the summit to Slotwane. So over to you, Lihle. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Anginibingelele wekunene. Ngibingelele hlalo tonke namuhla ekseni and babedladla Minister thina naye sitawubonana le kuSlotwane ngoba wenda ngathi yena wakhona kalula. But ke the latest information CEO ukuthi ngabe sesengiyasicetha Slotwane. We are gathered here today during the Refrigeration Day to commemorate one of the aspects of climate change. Before maybe I continue, when I was given this very tough job to speak to the issue of cooling without raising the temperature. I found two very important information is that, one, a summit yingqongwane ngeSiswati kusesiqongweni, but also a summit is a high-level meeting of experts that come together so that they can discuss issues pertaining to that particular topic. And noting that it is a meeting of experts, then it makes my job both easy and difficult. Easy because I don't have to say much. Most of the information is with us at the floor. But also difficult because if I say much and I say something that is very close to the truth, then I'm in trouble. And the second thing that I found out is that as a country, no matter how small we are a country that is working. If at the top of my mind right now, in this financial year, there are already around 6 climate change projects that are being implemented with the help of developmental partners being led by the government. So we are very confident, as I still identify as a young person, we are very confident as young people that whatever that is being done by this country and our neighbors, we are really protecting the world so that we can have where we can flourish in the coming years. This presentation, however, has some very not so nice statistics about our energy generation. For instance, the fact that we are still relying on 62% of fossil fuel for energy generation is one that is very problematic. But given that, the carbon dioxide emissions that are coming from the fossil fuel generation accounts for 40% of global carbon dioxide emissions. And emission intensity from coal combustion is 2.2 to 2.5 tons of carbon dioxide per ton of coal burned. That amounts to 14.8 billion tons of carbon dioxide from coal-fired power plants. But there is also the precursors of acid rain, which is sulfur dioxide, which is also one of the emissions that come from the combustion of coal. At an emission intensity of 10 to 30 kgs of sulfur dioxide per ton of coal and global emissions amounting to 15 million tons per year globally, that is a very much cause of concern. But all the efforts that are being done by governments in regions and the globe, we are noting that there is going to be a reduction in the fossil fuel share in the energy generation. But now, because we are here because of cooling, trying to cool without raising the temperature of the globe, we are noting that cooling also accounts for approximately 17% of global electricity consumption. That means, therefore, if we are consuming electricity that is produced from 62% of fossil fuels, then it means the 17% of 62% is still a high amount. So we are contributing a lot of carbon dioxide to the environment through our cooling. Air conditioning also consumes about 10% of the global electricity currently. If we look our country has the administrative regions and also the physiographic regions. When we do a climate change modeling or a climate change assessment of the impacts of climate change, we are noting that your Highveld and your higher Middelveld are not much impacted by climate change, particularly the issue of the rising temperatures, which are more pronounced on the lower Lowveld and the Lubombo plateaus. Having that in mind, it means therefore that if you are looking at where we are at 2024, we are still having an average mean surface air temperature of around 21.2 degrees, which we think is not too much. But if you are looking at the average high temperatures, we are recording in the Lubombo region around 41 as of last year as a maximum. And that maximum keeps on being more and more occurring. and that is a cause of concern. So there are 4 pathways with which the globe is going to go as we progress over the years, going into the 2100s. If we do everything that we are committing to do, then the temperature is not going to rise. And then it means we are having SSSP1, which is 21.2 degrees of the average mean surface air temperature. But if something doesn't go right within the nations, particularly in the region, we are going to see an increase of around 0.8 degrees Celsius before we reach 2100. But with conflicts in the regions and also in the globe, we might find ourselves in the socio-economic pathway 3, which shows a rise up to 24.4 degrees Celsius. And if we do nothing and nothing at all, we are going to get to 25.6 degrees Celsius. And that is terrible for our sector, which is cooling, because that means with every unit of degree that we raise, then we are going to need more cooling. And when we need more cooling, then it means we are going to be consuming most of the energy that we should be freeing so that we can use it in other ways. The trends currently are saying temperatures are rising. We are experiencing that. There's economic development, there's urbanization, and then there's health and safety issues. But if now the consumption of energy, we are using up to 37% for space cooling, then it means we are going to see an increase, particularly during peak load electricity usage, of up to 45% in 2050. And now we are seeing a peak usage of around 10% without action. What are we using currently to cool ourselves? There are still a little bit of chlorofluorocarbons in traditional air conditioning, but these are being phased out by the Montreal Protocol, which we are a signatory to. Then the Kigali amendment comes in and introduces transitional refrigerants, which have much lower ozone depleting potential and also a high global warming potential. Some are having high global warming potential than carbon dioxide, which is problematic. But there is also hydrofluorocarbons, which are common refrigerants with no ozone depleting potential, but still they are having a high global warming potential. There is resistance electrical cooling, which is less efficient, and it is on the older models of cooling. And there is cooling with fossil-based energy sources. If you are looking at the transportation industry, where we are transporting particularly food in certain controlled environments, this is where we are seeing diesel-powered air conditioning, which contributes much to the global emissions. There's also coal-powered air conditioning, where we draw electricity from coal that is being coal-produced so that we can be able to be cooler. Once we do that, for both your modern refrigeration systems, which are used in the food industry, and also your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, which uses refrigerants or water to cool indoor spaces, we are bound to experience a hike in our electricity usage. Hike in electricity usage means high in electricity production demand. And once we are having a high electricity production demand, then we are going to move closer towards the use of coal, which we know that produces a lot of carbon dioxide, which is something that we do not want, because then it catches us in cooling where we rise the temperature. We are looking for cooling where we reduce the temperature. And your HVAC systems have direct emissions in that the gases that are used there, some have high global warming potential and also ozone depletion potential, but there's also indirect emissions because those systems, they mostly run on coal. So once we are not able to fix the coal and the electricity generation mix, then we are not able to manage the amount of carbon dioxide that we give to the environment. But why do we have to go sustainable? What I like the most about sustainable is that if you open any government document that has been produced in the last 10 years, you're going to find sustainable within the first 2 pages, because as a country, as I've said, we are working. There's a lot of cost saving when we go to sustainable cooling. Energy efficiency reduction, the systems that are being displayed here, for instance, by some of the exhibitors, are ones that demonstrate energy efficiency. So if you are energy efficient, then it means we are freeing some energy, we are having some energy savings that can be used for something else. So it means we can be able to cool without increasing our emissions. We keep it where we are and we do more with what we have. There is advanced cooling techs which have lower operation and management costs. That means even if the capital expenditure is a bit high, then we are going to recoup that on savings. There is also economic development and job creation, which is one of the most important because we are a country that is battling with youth unemployment, skilled youth unemployment, which is much of a problem. But the green economic growth, it will stimulate green economy, creating green jobs in manufacturing, installation, and also maintenance. And also, there'll be skills needed by technicians so that we can drive investment in education and training in particular. Now, if we're thinking about the green economy and your green buildings being something that is very far from us, there's currently a project that is being done by the Ministry of Housing where we are looking at the improvement of our cities so that they go towards being green cities. One of the projects that are being implemented through the auspice of the Food and Agriculture Organization. We have environmental aspirations as a country. We want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We want to lower the energy demand. Once we do this, it means we are reducing the economy's dependence on fossil fuels. We also are, as a country, wanting to comply with international agreements. As Babedlala has said, there's the Montreal Protocol, there's the Kigali Amendment, there's the ozone layer protection, there's your sustainable development goals. Once we are able to strive to comply with these, we are going to reap the benefits of sustainable cooling, which is going to assist our economy. Government has enacted a number of policies and is also putting now incentives for businesses that are going to develop their business practices in a sustainable way. Your energy efficiency standards, I think we have the National Energy Efficiency Strategic Plan, I think, that was enacted in 2018. And there's, in the green building, in the Green Cities project, there are a number of incentives that government is going to be giving, such as your subsidies, your tax rebates, your grants to encourage the adoption of sustainable cooling. There is also climate finance and technical assistance from the global community. Currently, there are projects that are being implemented that are assisted by the Green Climate Fund. There's technical support and capacity building initiatives that are being offered by international partners to our technicians and to our academics so that we can be able to get working as a country. And then lastly, there is so much advances in technology where we are seeing innovative cooling systems that have high efficiency compressors and smart thermostat, passive cooling designs, particularly for buildings, and also the integration of renewable energy. I understand that the country is currently going to be developing a bioenergy policy that is going to make sure that we are able to look into biomass for energy. And there is also availability of low global warming potential materials such as your new refrigerants and refrigerant management practices so that we do not see an emission that is of bad nature to our aspirations. But the public health aspect of it, where I can imagine if we are here and it is very hot and we do not have any cooling system that can assist us in this big hall, we are all going to probably try and leave before the summit ends. The thermal comfort and the health benefits of a controlled environment is what we are looking for. So that means even if we go on that social economic pathway one, which means we are not increasing in the global temperature, but we are still going to need cooling. So that cooling is going to assist us so that we can be even more productive. The issue of urbanization and population growth, I fully understand that in the country, the last census showed us that we are kind of stagnating or going down. But we are seeing a lot of rural urban migration. Now we are seeing a lot of density around our towns. And that density comes in with your urban heat islands. And these high urban heat islands are requiring more of cooling systems. And also this population growth now, it means if you get into Manzini, for instance, you can feel that now I'm getting to a highly dense population area. And then you are going to need that cooling. But what are the advances in technology? I'm just going to pick two, particularly one because the panel discussion is going to be speaking about it. The issue of artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things and sensors, where there's a lot of automation, reduced energy uses, and also being able to control most of the systems even if you are not there, where most of the systems are incorporated into the internet. Maybe our internet is a little bit high, on the high side, but who works so hard, it is going to go down at some point so that we can be able to harvest these benefits even from the other sectors. There is high efficiency air conditioning systems that are currently there with, for instance, if you're looking at a fridge that is rated a triple A+++ than one that is rated B. The one that is rated B consumes 2 times the electricity than the one that is rated A+++. So the availability of these systems is one that also assists us to tap into this so that we can benefit. There is variable refrigerant flow systems that are energy efficient, and they controlling the zones in the room. If it is a big room, you want it to be cooler on that side because there is people, or you want it to be cooler on the other side because maybe there is a kitchen. They are the ones that is easy to tap into. And all of these have been assisted by a number of frameworks that have been very instrumental. If you're looking at the global policy frameworks, you have the Montreal Protocol that phases out the production and consumption of ozone-depleting substances, including chlorofluorocarbons and hydrochlorofluorocarbons. The Kigali Amendment, it amends the Montreal Protocol to include hydrofluorocarbons and phase down their production and use. The Paris Agreement, which we are a party to, speaks about climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. And if we look at Sustainable Goal number 7, number 13, number 12, and number 11, in the main, they are the ones that are enabling us as a country for sustainable development. But if we look in the region, particularly, the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan puts in the issue of sustainable development at the fore. The SADC Protocol on Energy speaks about issues of energy efficiency use and demand-side management of energy consumption. Your SADC Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency also seeks to harmonize renewable energy policies within the region so that we can also be able to borrow technologies from other countries and also to assist each other with the needed human capacity. Your SADC Climate Change Strategy and Action Plan, our climate change policy is aligned also to that, and your SADC Industrialization Strategy Roadmap 2015 to 2063. These are the regional frameworks that speaks also to policy harmonization and cross-sectional cross-sectoral harmonization. For instance, if you are looking at the energy sector is looking at not increasing energy production, but we are looking at using the available energy for multiple. We are looking at freeing some energy so that it can be used elsewhere. Particularly, if you look at your national frameworks, the National Climate Change Policy emphasizes on energy efficiency, even in cooling systems. Supports measures to phase out high global warming potential refrigerants, encourages development of green building codes to incorporate sustainable cooling practices. The Eswatini energy policy speaks to energy conservation and energy efficiency, your Eswatini National Development Strategy, which was Vision 2022, and the repackaged strategy, and also the COVID-19 recovery strategy also speaks to focusing on development of resilient and sustainable infrastructure going forward. The nationally determined contributions which we submitted to the UNFCCC as a country, it sets goals for reduction on emissions from the energy sector and adoption of low global warming potential refrigerants and energy-efficient cooling system. It also includes the part of renewable energy into the energy mix, taking a bigger share so that we can offset some of your carbon dioxide emissions. There is a Eswatini Building Regulations and Codes, Eswatini Ozone Depleting Substance Regulations, Environmental Management Act of 2002. We are not worried about the last two because they cited SEA. SEA doesn't care how much you squim. If they don't want plastics and it is better for the country, they just do that. So these are the national frameworks that we need to leverage on as we try to chart a way forward. Neighboring South Africa has the Green Building Council, which gives green star ratings to buildings that are showing sustainabilities. For instance, it looks, have you incorporated an efficient energy design for your building? The operational efficiency, are you going to be able to monitor the efficiency of your cooling systems? Has your building have any environmental impact? And there is so much industry leadership so that we set benchmarks and standards for sustainable building practices and the economic benefits that we reap from that. If we look at the Edge Office Park in South Africa, there is many of such. Another one is in Amsterdam, another one is in, there is many of such buildings that are in Europe. It speaks to energy efficiency, water conservation, the materials that we use for construction, and how is the indoor environment quality conducive for us, and also the smart building systems. What is it that we note from this office park? It speaks to energy. There's a reduced window to wall ratio so that you don't consume during the day energy for lighting. There's the heat pumps are of high efficiency because the converters, the inverters, and also the generators are using little energy to do more. And then your lighting controls and corridors and staircases and smart meters. One of it is, we see it at the Hilton Hotel, for instance. If you get to the public lose at the Hilton Hotel, when you get in, then it lights. So we are looking at some such systems that are going to be automated and are able to not waste electricity when those rooms are not being used. With that Edge Office Park, as of December last year, there was 28% energy saving from a similar house that would have not incorporated some of these characteristics of a sustainable building. There's 51% water savings and 64% less embodied energy in the materials that have been used for the building. So I have come here to say, as a country, we must continue doing what we are doing. But everything that we are doing, we should try as much as possible to move away from working in silos. For all the 5 actions, some of which are currently being implemented, there is a role of government, a role of the private sector, and the role of academia. When we speak about academia, because I serve my country at UNESWA, people think I'm speaking about UNESWA, but I'm speaking about all academics that are serving the country in the many academic institutions that we are having. For instance, we need to make sure that we press on with energy efficiency and innovations, particularly for the cooling sector, and doing things that are going to make sure that we continuously improve energy efficiency. Government has to set strict energy efficiency standards, offer incentives, and fund research and development. We are very happy that now there's going to be the National Research Council that is going to be facilitating on this. And then we know that government is going to give academics that we are short in this area, and we are going to give a grant so that work research work goes into that area, and then we are going to benefit. The private sector is also entrusted with funding research and development and innovate and invest in energy efficient solutions and collaborate on technology deployment. The academia on that aspect must do the research and make sure that it is not the research that goes into the cupboards and for publications, but it is research that addresses the aspirations of the country. We are transitioning already to the low global warming potential refrigerants, and in most cases with all the policies that we have and the legislation that we have is that we often lack in the enforcement. We often lack in the enforcement and also monitoring the impact of the policies that we've enacted. But because our enforcement is limited, then we are not going to be able to measure how have we gone with this policy that we have put in place, with this project that we have put in place, and with these regulations that we have put in place. We need to develop and deploy low global warming potential refrigerants and retrofit the systems to ensure supply readiness as the private sector. And we need research alternatives. And then the academia is tasked also with their community engagement, which has to be science communication to see this is what we have come up with and this is how it fits to the different aspects of our economy. We are integrating renewable energy already. Government is going to set targets and provide financial incentives and facilitate grid intervention. This is currently ongoing. And the private sector is also investing in renewable energy, and they're developing hybrid systems so that they can explore off-grid solutions. And there is research that is going into integrating technology, model optimal system, and train on renewable energy. I think the UNDP had supported UNESCO to train out-of-school youth on renewable energy. It has been a project that has been running for 2 years. The policy frameworks and collaboration. When we develop policy frameworks, I normally complain that we develop them and we engage each other in Mbabane, in Manzini, and we are not using our system of government so that we can engage our people on these policies that we are currently enacting. Particularly, Eswatini 2, I would be very happy to go Eswatini 2, Panseshlahla Kshifwam, and we speak about the bioenergy policy that is going to be coming into play and say, how is it going to affect me as a farmer there, or how is it going to affect me who is willing to have some of these raw materials turned into energy. There is capacity building and awareness so that we can enhance skills and awareness about sustainable cooling practices. There is funding for training to promote certifications and raise public awareness that has to be coordinated by government. The private sector will train their workforce to collaborate with education and educate stakeholders. There is new courses that needs to come in, and we need to publish research on and collaborate on applied projects. With this very long address, thank you very much for not asking questions. Thank you.
Minister, that was a very Dr. Mafu. Maybe before we proceed, I don't know if there would be one or two quick interventions or questions of clarity. I see, can I have a mic just there? Just one, maybe, let me see another hand. One hand over there, and then last one from UNESCO General Secretary there. Just those three quick interventions, and then we will proceed, Honourable Minister. Where's the mic? Posega Smelan. Right here. Just there. As he's taking the mic, it was startling to see the news from Mecca talking about more than 1,000 people who died during the Hajj at Mecca, and I'm not sure of history, but I've never seen such numbers of people dying at Mecca during the Hajj due to heat. For those of you who don't know what the Mecca and Hajj is, see me during tea break. I'll teach you Islam, and then we'll take it from there. Over to you, Dr. Mure.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Mafu. Thank you, colleague. It was an elaborate presentation, full of information. I totally agree with what you have presented. And I always like moving at a tangent. So what I'm coming up with is that as you are presenting the interventions that are there and so on and so forth, I started thinking, and this I think is a challenge to all of us. When we use our refrigerators, our air conditioners, and so on, the second law of thermodynamics forces us into losing energy as heat, which is always passed within the environment where these appliances are operating. Within the houses, for example, the fridges will be passing the heat at the back there. The aircon will be passing the heat at the back of the house there. And all this is wasted as heat into the environment. So what was running in my head is, are there any interventions which could harness that lost heat so that it can be utilized in another operation? And I think that is a challenge to all of us academics. Everyone here, let's go and try to research and find out what can we do with that heat, because that heat by itself, much as the temperatures outside are increasing because of global climate change, that is going to contribute more into that. Yet we are saying we are cooling the environment that we are operating in.
Thank you.
Finally, I was thinking as well that until all of us accept to learn from nature and work with nature, all these interventions that we are coming up with might end up creating us more and more problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Mure, Mafu, respond. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mafu. Mine is very simple. Can you please tell us more about, I saw kiosks. Can you please tell us more, what is it and how can it strategically position itself in the area of climate action? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question over there, just there. The far end, can somebody take the mic there?
Hi, morning. Mine is a question. I'm not sure if this platform is for question or remarks, but mine is a question on the proposed legislation that's coming towards, I think you said it was biomass and its production and I suppose export thereof. We have for a while had actual tangible projects that have had no downside to the environment or the nation of Eswatini that we have tabled countless number of times that have been rejected. So I think my question is, what challenges are you actually facing where releasing that legislation is concerned, seeing as it is new, so we would want to jump right into it, and there are some tables perhaps at the relevant offices, some things that have been tabled that are quite viable in respect to what you have been discussing here. Thank you.
I withdraw my thank you because the questions have been asked. Maybe on the one on the bioenergy policy, I do think that the question is more than that. So I'll ask EEA and the Ministry of Tourism to assist us on that so that we can be able to speak to the specific projects that have been tabled that have not been, uptaken. The Kingdom of Eswatini Academy of Sciences, Loandle, you are putting me on the spot because my party is just next to you, who is the chairperson of the Kingdom of Eswatini Academy of Sciences. I hope I'm not going to misquote this great initiative by government. It is put in such a way that it becomes a think tank. It is constituted of the leading science researchers of the country in various disciplines. I understand that there is going to be another intake because more scientists have come up. Bengacela through everyone who is in the program, Dr. Ndlovu just comes at some point to speak up for the Kingdom of Eswatini Academy of Sciences because its work has been so much in the last 3 years that it has been there. It is a brainchild of the Ministry of ICT, and there's been collaboration. The founding members, it has awarded scientists of the year. The other one is seated just there. The other one is probably abroad doing his research. And then on the issue of the redirection of the heat that we are losing when we are cooling, there are some technologies already that are harvesting that heat so that we can heat. But they are using that heat so that you can, if you need anything to heat up something, so that it can be used there. But they are still in their infancy, and they are uptaking a real environment is still going to be looked at. I think I have covered everything.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have more time after tea to get into the deliberations. At this point, Honourable Minister, let me probably just, before I invite the UN resident coordinator to come and make the address on behalf of the UN family in Eswatini, just to acknowledge some of our partners, including those who have been doing an excellent job on the training, particularly VOCTIM, Kwamile VOCTIM in Matapa, who are the ones who have been working with the Refrigeration Association to train the technicians. Honourable Minister, I'm sure you have seen them at the back there. Can I see them with a show of hands? At the back? But what some are far over there. So what we are trying to do working with the UN is to also encourage more ladies to get into this business of kenicking emafridge. Kungabi into yethu kuphela. So more ladies doing this technician work, and working with the Ministry of Labour, we have even formalized the training, which is going to be recognized by ISHEC, the Higher Education Council. Without further ado, Honourable Minister, let me invite at this point His Excellency George Wachira, the UN resident coordinator for Eswatini, to come and give us his address. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Program Director. Honorable Minister Jane Mukonta Similane, representing the Right Honorable Prime Minister, PSs and senior officials of government that are present, the board chair of the Eswatini Environment Authority, Mr. Similani, and members of staff of the authority, chief executives, engineers, and all esteemed stakeholders of the cooling industry, I see people with overalls, so I assume they must all be engineers, wanting to recognize all of you, members of the media here present, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonane begunene. Now, I'm delighted this morning to be here on behalf of the United Nations family, who are partners with both the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, as well as specifically the Ministry of Tourism and Environment, and also the Eswatini Environment Authority, to join you today as we launch this important summit, the 2024 Cooling Summit, which is also held on World Refrigeration Day that we celebrate today. You all would know that this day, the World Refrigeration Day, is dedicated to our refrigeration sector, to acknowledge the work of engineers and scientists who make our homes, our businesses more comfortable, while also reducing harm to the environment. So please, if you would join me in applauding all our engineers and scientists that are here today in the room for the work that they are playing in both making our lives better and also being mindful of our planet. Let me also again extend my appreciation to the Minister, Jean Mkonta Semelane, and the authority for calling us together for this important summit. Thank you also, Dr. Mafu, for your very incisive presentation. Perhaps I should call you Professor. I want to promote you on behalf of the university to Professor. Thank you so much for the presentation. That was very, very enlightening. Now, the summit today is, as you know, themed sustainable cooling without warming the planet. Mr. Semelane has said perhaps we should not be talking about cooling, we should be talking about heating. I am here in Eswatini. I represent as well the Secretary General of the United Nations, and he's very fond of using very colorful language about the situation we find ourselves in. There is one place perhaps that we associate with extreme heat, particularly those that are believers. Where is that? Hell. So our Secretary General says we are descending into a climate hell. So I do agree that indeed it's more than warming. Our planet is heating up in a manner that within a short time will make it uninhabitable unless we take the work we need to do seriously to save ourselves and future generation. So our gathering together here then focuses on the challenge we face, but also on the opportunity we have to exercise human agency in order for us to be able to respond to the crisis that we face. The challenge is the climate crisis. The opportunity is, of course, how we deploy science of our industry to continue to refine and deploy suitable cooling solutions. And I'm glad both Mr. Semelane and Professor Mafu have already talked about the role of science and research in this particular area. Now, you would know that just last month, we commemorated the World Environment Day in May. It was reported that May was the hottest May recorded in history. So we're getting there. Those figures that you have seen here being presented, we're getting there. It's getting hotter and hotter every day. And every day we are seeing the effects of our warming planet and the rising chaos that it's leaving in its wake. We are in the SADC region, and we know as we talk today, we are dealing with a serious drought situation that has seen countries in this region declare emergencies that require over USD 5 billion to ensure mitigation, particularly in relation with food. In East Africa, where I come from, it has been the opposite. We have been having extreme rains and flooding. Thus, the climate crisis is already with us, and it's costing our lives and destroying our economies. The interesting thing is that while the urgency of the crisis is undeniable, what we have continued to see is hesitation, disputation, procrastination, blame games, about turns, while the exact opposite is needed. Quick and decisive action in order to save ourselves and future generations. As I said, I represent the Secretary General in the Kingdom of Eswatini, and I like echoing his words because they are always poignant. So he told us on World Environment Day last month that what we are experiencing is a travesty of climate justice, that those least responsible for the crisis are the hardest hit. The poorest people, the most vulnerable countries, women and girls. These are the people that are suffering the worst effects of the climate crisis that we face. He also said that we, human beings, are both the danger to ourselves and the planet, but we are also, interestingly, the solution. He was making the allusion that if you go back to our history and evolution, the days of the dinosaurs, he says we all read and understand that dinosaurs were destroyed perhaps by a big bang caused by a comet. But he tells us that we, the humans of today, are the comet. We are the ones that are driving at full speed to destroy ourselves. So we have the solution. So if you allow me a second, let me talk about the opportunity that we have to exercise human agency. In many ways, what we are celebrating here today, as has been mentioned in the presentation, is a good story. It is the good story of how the cooling industry, driven by science and engineering, responded collectively and ambitiously to the crisis of the depleted ozone layer. It is a story of the 1987 Montreal Protocol, which has turned out to be a landmark multilateral environmental agreement in regulating consumption and production of man-made ozone-depleting substances, as we have heard. It is also the story of continuous learning and adaptation, leading, again, as we have heard in the presentation, to the 2016 Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, which seeks now to phase out hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, starting with higher income countries and working down all the way to lower income countries by the end of this year. Now you would know, and this is where again science, evidence becomes important. You would know that hydrofluorocarbons had been thought to be an appropriate replacement for chlorofluorocarbons, CFCs, and hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs, until again we went back to science, and science demonstrated that we were going the wrong way. And we have been able to correct course using science and evidence. So the role of science is important for us here, is going to continue to be important for the bigger crisis we face with regard to the climate crisis itself. So as we meet today at this summit, it's an opportunity to reflect on the lessons that can be transferred from the cooling industry and the response to the ozone layer depletion to the broader climate crisis that now threatens human existence. Again, the good story, it's a lesson about unanimity by member states and how that can lead to concerted action. It's also a lesson about the transformative power of multilateralism and active citizenship in addressing environmental challenges. It was not done by scientists alone. It was also involving communities being mobilized, being educated in terms of how we can all work together in a concerted manner to defeat ODSs. It was also a story that is very different from today's efforts to fight the climate crisis. It was a story about how countries with the ability to mobilize resources did so quickly, with urgency, and made it possible for the countries with fewer resources to access those resources to change course with regard to the cooling systems. This again is very unlike what we are experiencing today since the Paris Agreement on climate change, where only $10 billion of the projected $100 billion to support climate action has been realized. I know last year, because I was there, we launched an ambitious USD 1.3 billion Eswatini NDC implementation plan. And I do know that Eswatini, like many other countries, have continued to struggle to raise the resources to fund that NDC program. So we need to continue. We need to continue this struggle about talking about climate justice and how those that are most responsible for the crisis we face today also bear responsibility and take the burden of moving us forward on this. And again, this is something that my Secretary General, our Secretary General, has spoken strongly about over the years in terms of how we need to have everybody shoulder responsibility for the crisis we face today. Finally, when we look at the Montreal Protocol, it is again a good story and a lesson about global agreements, that all global agreements are as good as the implementation by member states, whether these are large member states, rich member states, small member states, or poorer member states, but also citizens and other actors. And in this case, let me also applaud again the role of the private sector, particularly in the triumphs that we have recorded with regard to reforming our refrigeration systems to make them much more environmental friendly. And therefore, this will be a good juncture to congratulate the Kingdom of Eswatini. As I said, it doesn't matter how large, how small a country you are, your effort counts. So the Kingdom of Eswatini has made tremendous progress in terms of reforming its refrigeration and cooling industry, with tremendous achievements in the total elimination of chlorofluorocarbons in 2007, which was 3 years before the target that had been set for 2010. I also understand that as Eswatini, we are also in full compliance with the phase-out obligations of hydrofluorocarbons, HFCFs, to meet the 64.5% reduction by next year, which is 2025. So, Honorable Minister, as I conclude, allow me to highlight the support that the United Nations continue to provide, the collaboration that the United Nations continue to enjoy with the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini. As you will see here, we have the logos of UNDP, who are our leaders in this area. We also have United Nations Environment Program, who have also been supporting and working with government. But I also want to say that where we have reached with the climate crisis, we recognize that it's a whole of UN system challenge. So everybody within the UN family is now deeply engaged with this process of fighting climate change. It affects our food, so Food and Agriculture Organization, WFP, UNICEF with children, health, everybody is affected by the climate crisis. But I want to highlight, number one, our partnership with Italy, both the government of Eswatini and the Republic of Italy, with technical support from UNDP, are collaborating on climate change with funding of up to Euro 7 million. And this is intended to help build environmental protection and resilience. And a notable project in this is the greening of the Riley Fitkin Memorial Hospital, which has been reducing energy demand and costs by replacing old systems with clean, renewable energy solutions. I also want to highlight another program that is also headed and led by UNDP, which is the long-term emissions development strategies, again spearheaded by your ministry, Honorable Minister, and it is developing a roadmap for a low-carbon, climate-resilient future for the Kingdom of Eswatini. So with that, I want to continue to pledge our continued partnership with the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, with your ministry, Honorable Minister, so that we can together confront the crisis that we face and continue to celebrate victories that we gain along the way, particularly when we celebrate the achievements of the Montreal Protocol and the Kigali Amendment. You have the support of the United Nations. Thank you so much for your support. I wish you a fruitful conversation this morning.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for the message from the UN family in Eswatini, and indeed, as we have said, representing the UN General Secretary himself, and the importance and the role that is being played by the UN agencies in Eswatini in these issues, Honourable Minister, cannot be really overemphasized, and we are happy that they have kept this partnership and they've kept the fires burning. At this point in time, Honourable Minister, I will now request the PS in the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Make Kangeziwe Mabul, uvame ukunkhumbuta sikhangeziwe. So the PS, she's just in a nutshell a dynamic woman who tends to understand literally anything and everything on record time. She doesn't need a 60-minute lecture on any subject matter like environment, and indeed in how government operates. She is also our focal point, particularly for the climate conventions, all of them, and also representing the country as the nationally designated authority when it comes to particularly the areas of financing, climate finance and environment finance in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just request her. Kutsi ete ngoba ngiyambona uyacevuta lapho ufuna ukuthi ngicetse la. Ete ngembili wamshabalala. Ngicela simshayele intandla. Very much hardworking, and we really appreciate her leadership in this ministry in driving this very difficult agenda yaka environment. Sihle sifuqane sebusuku please.
And I'm sure it will need to be a bit lower after I've done my part. So, Lalaba Sebenda Logo, can they come and work on this one? Podium. A very good morning, colleagues. ED is talking about somebody else. I'm standing in the shoes for that person. I'm not that person. But my task today is to just appreciate your presence here and appreciate the presence of my minister, who is actually the driver behind all the successes that are being reported here. We are trying as a ministry under her leadership to push as much as we can. So all the work that is being reported here, where we are saying the ministry has done that, the ministry is going to be doing that, it is because of the leadership that we have. Minister Siyabonga, Sawucela uqhubeke and give us the support that we need. It's definitely not a field easy to understand, but we have to try and understand. Psychology, the ministry, they think I understand. All I understand is money. Where you talk money, then we will understand each other. And then they think I understand their science. It's a journey, but we are willing to ride on it and glide. And it's quite an exciting field. Mine is to invite the minister. Minister, all the accolades, I'm passing them over to you. You've recognized everybody who's here in their various capacities, and I'm sure she will be reading from the speech and also acknowledging the PS. Ngando lungisa le podium. Inciphiseni nyalo. Angeke ngisuke la nani ngakanciphisi le podium. Sorry? Sorry. I'm just trying to see how the minister, before I invite her to come here. Ungathi sidinga cooling effect la. Minister Bata asikhona ukulungisela le podium. It looks a bit high. I was hoping that maybe we can just reduce it a bit down. Utokhona kubeka emaphepha. Kude umthembisi lesingawenda. Oh, okay. All right. With that, may I invite you, Minister, to come to the podium and address us. Thank you.
You may all sit down. Yeah, akubuye stool. but ke nasenisusile again. Lawuchubeka ndawuthini. Ma? Bucabangani? Okay. Ihlale phansi. Ngeke kuwe. Ngeke kuwe. Nesini bantu bakethu. Lo msebenzi longaka losewendeka la. Ayitawuzameka. Bantu benkosi boba betikhulu, cabinet ministers present, honorable members of parliament from the portfolio committee of the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs from Senate and the House of Parliament, Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, portfolio chairs, PS from Tourism and the Ministry of Agriculture, chairperson of the EEA Management Board and members, Longbabe Smelani, Kuchakasiwa Lekhaya, CEOs and heads of departments, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Association, chairperson and members, EA management and staff, government officials, media houses present. May I also acknowledge the UN resident coordinator. Is not listed here. Media houses present, ladies and gentlemen, the Manzini City Council Mayor, but in Manzini City Council, she sees me and I'm recognizing her. It is a great honor for me to represent His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, at the Sustainable Cooling Summit 2024 here at Mavuso Trade Centre. On behalf of His Majesty's government, I extend a warm welcome to all participants and express our profound gratitude for your commitment to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, ensuring sustainable and efficient cooling. With me, I bring greetings from His Excellency, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and also apologies for him for not being part of this gathering this morning due to other pressing national assignments. As we are all aware that there is a pressing assignment going on right now. Before I go further and read there's something that I need here. Before I go on, I'd just like to request the scientists, the researchers from the university, to assist us. I heard them talking about biomass before I go into the cooling without heating. That can they assist us conduct research on how to use biomass that we get from pit latrines and convert that one into energy, because there's a lot of energy that we can generate from that one. And forget about loko kutsi kuyini loko, but let's forget about loko kutsi kuyini, but let's concentrate on the resource. That is a resource for energy, and let's convert that resource into energy. I'm saying this because I once experienced a situation where we were collecting cow dung, sikubhuce kube ngemanti, and pour it in a container, a tight container, and connect a pipe to an empty container. From that empty container, you connect a pipe to your handy gas stove. You light that handy gas stove, you cook. That technology is found at Envonjeni under Women in Development Project. So, can we think about that resource that I've talked about? All over Eswatini, we have pit latrines. Mawuya nje emakhaya, we have pit latrines. In town, we have a lot of pit latrines in town. So we can generate gas out of that. Yangininika assignment. Another aspect, coming to the cooling without heating, there is another assignment that I would like us to consider. There is a generation that experiences heat, and they also need cooling. Bomage, mabamonopause, they experience a lot of heat. They need cooling. Asenyoba cabangela. How can you cool them in their heat? This is out of Yabagag recording. So now I can go straight to speech length sona. Otherwise, these others, as we gather here today under the theme Temperature Matters, Cooling Without Warming the Planet, we are reminded of the critical role that cooling plays in our daily lives, our economies, our health. Yet it is equally crucial to recognize the impact that traditional cooling technologies have on our environment, contributing significantly to greenhouse gas emissions and climate change and the depletion of the ozone layer. At the COP28, Eswatini took a bold step of endorsing the global cooling pledge. joining 69 other countries. This pledge represents our commitment to reducing cooling-related emissions by 68% by 2050, significantly increasing access to sustainable cooling by 2030, and improving the global average efficiency of new air conditioning by 50%. Our pledge underscores our dedication to aligning with the targets of the Paris Agreement and the Kigali Amendment under the Montreal Protocol. I think we have learned a lot about the Paris Agreement, Kigali Amendments, and the Montreal Protocol from Mafu, is Dr. Mafu, and the UN coordinator, the UNRC. Today we affirm our commitment to these ambitious goals. We are determined to integrate sustainability principles into the design, operation, and management of cooling systems across the nation. This summit is a pivotal moment for us to showcase innovations, exchange knowledge, and foster collaborations that will drive us towards a more sustainable and resilient future. Our journey towards sustainable cooling is intrinsically linked to our broader objectives of promoting energy efficiency and adopting clean energy sources. By replacing older technologies with higher energy efficiency systems, we not only reduce our environmental footprint, but also lower energy costs, benefiting both our economy and our people. Initiatives such as household refrigerator replacement programs, investments in the new heating and cooling systems, and the installation of thermal insulation foams are already making a positive impact. These efforts are crucial in ensuring access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy for all, a goal aligned with Sustainable Goal 7. Eswatini has made significant strides in reducing the use of ozone-depleting substance and transitioning to refrigerants with low global warming potential. We successfully phased out the use of chlorofluorosep, whatever. In 2007, and have already reduced another term again by 60% in compliance with the Montreal Protocol. Our commitment to the protocol's targets is unwavering, and we have met our obligations consistently. One of the success stories in our effort to reduce ODS is the exemplary work of Palfridge, a leading refrigerator and freezer manufacturer based in Eswatini in Matsapa. Through successful public-private partnerships, Eswatini has, through Palfridge, totally phased out ODS and adopted hydrocarbon refrigerants in the manufacturing sector by 2016. These have zero ozone depletion potential, very low GWP, and are highly energy efficient. This transition not only aligns with global environmental standards, but also positions Palfridge as a leader in sustainable manufacturing practices in the region. Their innovation and commitment to sustainability have set a benchmark for other industries to follow, demonstrating that economic growth and environmental stewardship can go hand in hand. A round of applause for Palfridge, Eswatini. Program Director, in line with our commitment to sustainable development, Eswatini is in the process of developing stakeholder-centered, comprehensive, long-term, low-emission development strategy. This strategy will be part of our National Climate Vision 2050, and it will provide a roadmap to transition to a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy by 2050. Our low-term, low-emission development strategy is a testament to our dedication to decarbonization and resilience, aligning with global efforts to limit temperature increases to below 2%, as stipulated in the Paris Agreement. I think we can all attest to the fact that the country does not only sign these agreements, these commitments, but we also implement. We comply. A round of applause for that. The LT lays emphasis robust stakeholder engagement, ensuring that the voices of our communities, businesses, and experts are heard and integrated into our strategy. It highlights the importance of innovation, sustainable infrastructure, and green investments. Our vision is to have a strategy that is built on the pillars of inclusive economic growth, environmental sustainability, and social equity. Innovation is at the heart of our strategy. By embracing cutting-edge technologies and sustainable practices, we aim to minimize the environmental impact of cooling while enhancing our resilience to climate change. From promoting the use of natural refrigerants to implementing energy-efficient designs and responsible waste management, our approach is comprehensive and forward-thinking. Whilst we advocate for innovation and efficiency, we must acknowledge the untapped potential within our midst. We need to actively encourage and support the entry of more women into refrigeration and cooling technician roles. Sievamos. Yeah. Bomage sukumani nithathe indzawo yenu manje asemafrijini. Silungise nemafriji bomage. By doing so, we not only break down barriers, but also enrich our talent pool with diverse perspectives and skills. Women bring invaluable insights and capabilities to the table, and enhancing our ability to tackle complex challenges and drive progress. I urge industry leaders to prioritize initiatives that promote inclusivity, such as mentorship programs, scholarships, and outreach efforts. Let's pave a way for a future where everyone, regardless of gender, has equal opportunities to contribute and thrive in our field. UN says, leave no one behind. So women should not be left behind. Together we can build a stronger, more resilient industry that reflects the diverse of our society as we work towards achieving our cooling pledge. Sustainable cooling is not just an environmental imperative. It also offers significant economic and social benefits. It contributes to job creation, improves food security by extending the shelf life of perishable goods, and supports public health by ensuring the safe storage and transport of medicines and vaccines. By fostering sustainable industrialization and promoting clean technologies, we enhance our national competitiveness and drive economic growth. Today's summit brings together a diverse range of stakeholders, including industry professionals, policymakers, researchers, and advocates. It provides a unique platform for networking, collaboration, and policy advocacy. By engaging with policymakers and regulatory bodies, we can develop frameworks and initiatives that support sustainable and efficient refrigeration and air conditioning practices. As part of our broader environmental sustainable efforts, Eswatini has taken a bold step to address plastic pollution, which is intrinsically linked to climate change. The imminent ban of plastic carrier bags from the 1st of December 2024 will not only help to reduce environmental degradation and protect our ecosystems, but also mitigate climate change by lowering the production and open burning of plastics, a process that emits significant greenhouse gases. By eliminating single-use plastics, we reduce our carbon footprint and support a cleaner, healthier environment, enforcing our commitment to sustainable practices and the well-being of our communities. This initiative complements our goals in the cooling sector, further advancing our national strategy to combat climate change on multiple fronts. I would like to take this moment to acknowledge and extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the exhibitors present today, particularly those from the refrigeration and cooling sector, as well as the energy efficiency sector. Your presence here is a testament to your dedication to advancing sustainable and innovative solutions that are vital to our global effort in combating climate change. Your cutting-edge technologies, products, and services not only exemplify the progress we have made in enhancing energy efficiency, but also highlight the critical role of sustainable cooling in reducing our environmental footprint. We deeply appreciate your commitment to excellence and your contributions to making this summit a platform for sharing knowledge and fostering collaborations. Thank you for being here and for your unwavering support in driving forward our collective vision for a greener and more sustainable future. As part of our unwavering commitment to environmental sustainability and climate action, I am pleased to announce that Eswatini will observe a National Day of Action to keep our national roads, streets, rivers, and indeed the whole country clean on the 26th of July 2024. On this day, we will embark on a massive cleanup campaign across the entire country. I invite every citizen, from households to communities, to join us in this critical initiative. The importance of this campaign cannot be overstated. It is a powerful step towards reducing pollution, enhancing our natural surroundings, and combating climate change. Collective action is essential. When each of us takes responsibility for our immediate environment, we contribute to a larger national effort that significantly impacts our planet's health. Let us unite in this endeavor, demonstrating our shared dedication to a cleaner, greener Eswatini. Together we can make a sustainable difference and set a precedent for future generations. Join us on the 26th July and be part of this transformative movement for our environment and climate. Ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead is challenging, but it is also filled with opportunities. By working together, sharing knowledge, and committing to sustainable practices, we can make a significant difference. Let us seize this moment to advance the adoption of environmentally friendly and energy efficient solutions, ensuring a sustainable and prosperous future for all. With these remarks, I now declare the Sustainable Cooling Summit 2024 officially open. Thank you. May God bless us all. Hi.
I'll shine into Natandla once again. Honorable Minister, bantu abakho, Honorable Minister, kunalokuncane bebathi bakulungiselele kona. Hlonishwa ndunankulu, ngidawucela ukuthi mama nevele bakusonzete. Bakusonzete mane angimboni chairman weboard asale ngiwacela ama board members la khona amana sonzetele le gift yemhlonishwa ndunankulu. Bato ethule enduneni sonzeteni team just a token, Honorable Minister. I think it talks to the message that you have just shared with us. Angathi nami ukuthi yini kodwa nje I hope it aligns. Phosakani macha ngidacela ama board members asonzele abasite Honorable Minister, I think that's just a token from the organizers to His Excellency, really, on this day. Sethemba ukuthi induna seyitawusi mixela kona kuye umhlonishwa ndunankulu lebe simkhanukisa kwemasi la kulomsebenzi lamhla awu salubaqhawula abantu abakho nduna ngibovele naba laba kulethile manje basele labanye ngathi baseleleni bakhethene njani PS oh we are receive okay. Honorable Minister, nawe kukhona bebathi bakulungiselele kona manje bakhashane ngicela nisonzete nje bonke letinto lenithi ntilungisile sitophangisa manje le list yami seyilahlekile ngoba ngathi emagama ayabidwa la Lunduna sekwenduna ngicela ukuthi manje induna isonzele nje ngicela na PS naye asonzele PS weltiko focal point shayelani focal point tandla bekunene cha nakuya kwakho focal ungathathi kwebantu ngicela usonzele ngicela kwa PS I would also request His Excellency the RC to also come and just join us for the token. As the RC is coming, let me also request PS Agriculture, Babesmelane, na US Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Make Vilagat, ngimbona soshonephi. Thank you, RC. Siyabonga ndakucela PS Agriculture sonzele naye. Bangangikhulumise manga phela mnguni. Sonzeta so buya ngalapha baba Besimela. Siyabonga PS kushoda US kwanyalo sitawugcina ngawe US lokho ejoy computer kwanyalo maybe inhlanhla yakho itawendeka after tea. We want to probably at this point in time break for tea. I would request that the Honorable Minister and the VIPs kona lokusele oh yebo kwa US buya US bengisathi we will all just do quick tea. Tea is right there at the corner. Ndawucela ukuthi because of these exhibitions, let's also take this time to appreciate these exhibitors, what they are sharing with us here. And then the VIPs will be joining the Honorable Minister on Pavilion 4, Pavilion 4 for tea. And then let me request that at least we resume. It's already after 12. Let's resume the panel discussion at least at 1:45. And then we'll extend our lunch at least for until 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. If we can just do a very quick tea and then all of us ngicela awu sevele sukumile libandla ngidawucela ukuthi simane sivumele libandla la minister lihambe embili kuqala and then we will then join. Honorable Minister, let's resume at 1:45, ladies and gentlemen, soon after our tea break. How?
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. May I ask that we organize ourselves so that we can proceed with the program. I see a line at the back. All right. At this point in time, we will have first and foremost, I am Siposi Tungo with the Eswatini Environment Authority. I will be your interim program director for the near future. At this point in time, we'll have a bit of entertainment by Mpumalanga. She will render a spoken word poet. May we welcome her to the stage, please. Mpumalanga, the stage is yours, please.
Sorry, may I please get a stand? Sanbonani. To avoid any faux pas, can I please just say all protocol observed? Thank you. Ligama lam nguMpumalanga Sihle Zwane, and I am a spoken word poet. Everything that I do flows from my poetry. I'm a young woman who is very passionate about women and youth participation for inclusive development, inclusive and sustainable development, which is where I then become a very active member of the civil society space alongside my creativity, because through that work I get to do poems about the issues, and then I also get to do work that contributes towards solving the problems that I speak about in my poetry. As I stand before you today, I do not represent myself. I don't know if you can see, but my outfit, except for my top, is fully recycled. Starting from the ornaments on my feet, which was created by a young designer called Kosi Crochet, to my plastic skirt, which was also made by another young Swazi designer, Carol Lubelo, and then my recycled earrings made from pegs, zippers, and I think beads. Yeah, it's a combination of recycled items by the wonderful Tebenguni Mkachwa, who is also here in the room. So supporting young artists, supporting young Swazi crafts, all of this is available, or you can also get your own made. Thank you. You can start the song. Okay. Yeah, so the poem that I have today is speaking to the need for us to address the issue of climate change. And the outfit that I have on is exactly directly in line with that, to say that as we are talking about climate change, there are all these different items that we can all do because we only have one earth to live on. And Mother Earth, she is crying. And we as the people who are living on the earth, we are also crying. And we need to do something in order for us to see the future that we want and not find ourselves in a space where the only home we could ever have is no longer habitable. And so even the outfit, this outfit here is a representation of what young Swazis are doing to address climate change. My poem is my own contribution, and I would like you in your own different spaces, for those who maybe are not directly involved in environmental issues, to also think about what could your contribution be. Thank you so much. Let me get right to my poem. Mother Earth, she cries. Her tears mixed in with crude oil and petroleum. She watches as the remnants of coal mines, which once seemed fine, dig deeper into her skin, further into her melanin, corrupting her everything. Her children, the creatures of the sea, the birds of the sky, the animals which roam the land, how they cry, fighting to survive the effects of us humans. What are we doing? Mother Earth, we cry daily as we pollute your beautiful, as we corrupt the beautiful earth and pollute your beautiful nature, as we make cluttered the only home we have. Mother Earth, we cry because as we strive to make our lives better, we destroy ourselves. How poetic. Every day we innovate contraptions, all designed for our satisfaction, but all leading to our destruction. We are trapped in these delusions as we create a metallic world, destroying you, Mother Earth. Ngiko ngithi uyakhala temvelo, uyakhala make wami. But her tears will not fall on deaf ears. Khala temvelo, khala make wami. Your tears will not fall on deaf ears. You see, your sun, it scorches us, creating debates that heat up the earth. How do we cool them down? Your sun, it scorches us. Let it burn the greed away until we eventually see that man may be great, but Mother Earth, you have lived 1,000 lives before us, and you shall live 1,000 more without us if we do not change our ways. But Mother Earth, your tears did not fall on deaf ears. See, we now reduce, reuse, recycle, reduce, reuse, recycle, reduce, reuse, upcycle. Taking the bottles, the trash, and the cans to show we can make something beautiful of the mess we are in. Turn dirt into diamonds, turn dirt into diamonds. I said take this dirt and refine it. Make the mess we are in diamonds. Mother Earth, you will survive us. Thank you.
May we give her a round of applause, please? Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and at this point in time, we will welcome a panelist discussion on energy efficiency and emissions reduction in the cooling sector. As we have heard the various speakers today discussing or presenting to us about how cooling is not just about comfort, it's about our health, productivity, and our survival. However, traditional cooling methods contribute significantly to greenhouse gases, to greenhouse gas emissions and the warming of the globe, therefore creating a cycle which keeps going on and on. So at this point in time, we will welcome Mr. Mzwandile Twala, who is an energy efficiency specialist, who works with UNDP, who has participated as part of SADC's minimum energy performance standards, and he will be heading the session. Please welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Sanibonani makangwane. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sanibonani. Sanibonani Nkosi yami. Yey, ngathi nilambile Nkosi yami. It is an honor and a wonderful privilege to be standing in front of you today. Libito lam Mzwandile wakatwala. As I've been introduced, I work for the UNDP as an energy efficiency specialist. And what we do under UNDP is that we assist countries to leapfrog to energy efficient appliances and equipment. So we are supporting countries, regions in as far as adopting standards and regulations, development of measurement and verification frameworks, as well as product registration systems. So basically that's some of the work that we do. We are here today to discuss a very exciting topic. The topic that is very close to my heart, energy efficiency. It all started when I was still with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy, and I developed passion for energy efficiency. And we are here today. It's such a wonderful platform, colleagues, to actually sit with experts, people who are well knowledgeable in the sector. We have manufacturers, we have people who are involved in the different supply chains. So this is a very exciting opportunity to be in front of you. So I'm supposed to be joined by four wonderful people. We have an expert, Margaret Dumasina. Please come forward from Climate Change. And we also have Babekhuleka Nesfunza, who's from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. Can you also welcome him with a round of applause? We also have Babe Clifford Mazia from the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Association. Second, Mdumzala. Babe Clifford Mazia is sesekhona. Mshayele ntandla nakasagijima eta ngaphambili. We also have Babe Pegizwe Mazia, CEO Numbot. Please welcome him as well as he takes his seat. And last, we have Dogotela Tembelihle Dlamini from the University of Eswatini. I think we need one more chair, but also less. Good. Butohlala ngalapha Nkosi, buhlalela Nkosi ngidakuma mina, ngutayele kuma Nkosi. Just to break the ice, yesterday, 25 June 2024, I read a news article from India, which reads as follows. India has been experiencing a historic heat wave since May, with temperatures in New Delhi crossing over 50 degrees Celsius. The extreme weather has claimed over 100 lives, and about 40,000 suspected cases of heat stroke have been registered across the country. Last week, the government of India issued an advisory urging all citizens of India to avoid going outdoors between noon and 3 p.m. The issue around climate change is real. Countries like India, we've always known them as countries that have been affected by heat waves, but what they experienced recently, I was talking to a colleague who's based in India, and he was telling me that walking outside with your phone is such a stressful time because the phone would actually get hot. And that shows that the demand for cooling services is on the rise. Just to give you a picture for Eswatini, when you look at all the other countries, we are all experiencing different phenomenon in terms of what is happening in as far as climate change is concerned. And what we have picked up is that if countries like Eswatini and all the other countries that are actually affected by climate change, if we sit down and relax just like we have been doing, it is expected that the energy needs for cooling will be 2.5 times by 2040, which shows that we all have a role to play. This is not for the policymakers, this is not for the researchers. Everyone, if you have a refrigerating appliance in your house or an air conditioner, then you have a responsibility to ensure that we try and work together to deal with the rising temperatures. Yes, we do need cooling services. As the temperatures continue to rise, we'll definitely need cooling services. Just to give you some numbers, in terms of cumulative energy savings for Eswatini, this is based on country saving assessments that have been conducted by the U4E. If, as a country, we can actually implement policies that are aimed at reducing, 1, GHG emissions, 2, energy consumption, we can actually save about 184 gigawatt hours just by using energy efficient refrigerators. And when you look at commercial refrigeration, we can actually save about 42 gigawatt hours. And when you look at room air conditioning, we can save as a country about 151 gigawatt hours. In total, that is summed up to 377 gigawatt hours. So which means that there is such a huge potential for the Kingdom of Eswatini. And what we need to do is we need to work together as stakeholders. I think Babe Mafu made our job easy during his presentation, that we need as stakeholders to sit down and work together. It is high time that we do not work in silos like you've mentioned. We need to work together as government, as researchers, as experts, as manufacturers, and supply chain players, so that we all contribute to the goal to reduce our energy consumption as a country, as well as reducing GHG emissions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have these wonderful experts here that we are going to share with you what their respective organizations are doing in as far as cooling is concerned, as well as mitigation of climate change is what the organizations are actually doing in their respective workplaces. I will start with Babes Funza. Babes Funza, I think briefly you can introduce yourself, and then what I would then want to know from you is what exactly is your organization doing in as far as cooling is concerned, energy efficiency, as well as greenhouse gas emissions, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. We would like to know more from your side what exactly your institution is doing in as far as those areas that I've listed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twala. Afternoon, everyone, all protocol observed. My name is Kulaganis Funza. I'm from the Energy Department in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. For us, it's mainly to do with policy, Mr. Twala. We have an energy efficiency policy, as well as we are lucky to have a strategy, an action plan. So, yes, you've already touched on what we seek to achieve as a government. For us, it's just to facilitate and make sure that the playing ground is actually conducive. It's actually to encourage as well the collaboration between the partners, be it your private sector, business, industry, and everything, to say we need these players to actually come together to actually then adopt what our policy actually encourage in terms of saying, let us, as all of us, try and employ these different types of energy efficiency initiatives that actually exist within the sector. So for us, we are saying if we work together, then we can be able to then develop further the legislative frameworks that we need to actually enforce these different initiatives, especially when it comes to equipment, whereby our energy efficiency strategy prioritizes the use of energy efficient equipment, including cooling equipment. So we need to use this type of equipment, as well as we need to adopt, we have already adopted the regional standards, Twala, with the help of SADC, whereby we have regional standards that deal with refrigeration, domestic refrigeration, as well as your air conditioning. These standards are regional, So it's important for us that we adopt this standard with the partners so that we avoid being the dumping ground of this equipment that might be coming from elsewhere. So in a nutshell, that's it that we are actually saying in terms of energy efficiency, as well as we are promoting that we also, as partners, as everyone, try and raise awareness in the different spaces that we occupy, so that we all reap the benefits of what the standards are saying, of what the different technologies in terms of energy efficiency are actually providing the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sfunza. Just a follow-up question, Mr. Sfunza. What do you think are the biggest challenges in terms of policy implementation, specifically energy efficiency policies? What do you think would be the challenges? On another one, as a consumer sitting at home, hearing you talking about standards, how does it help me as a consumer? How does the standard help me to actually ensure that I get an energy efficient appliance in my household or in my business, wherever I need the standard? How can a consumer benefit from that?
Thank you, Mzwandile. I think it's a cocktail of challenges, including money as well, because yes, we are adopting the standards, but they still remain voluntary. So it depends on each player whether he wants to utilize those standards or not. But then we want a situation whereby these standards are enforced. So we are still found wanting in terms of the legislative framework that will actually enforce these standards. But then the enforcement will also come with a requirement for monitoring, verification, evaluation, which is you will then need to capacitate different institutions to actually be able to do that that part. As well, when we talk about consumers, I think another challenge would be the perceptions. It would be also saying the capital requirement of energy efficient equipment and adoption of technology. It's quite capital intensive, but then we need to really understand that in the long term, in the long run, you are actually making wise decisions and saving a lot in terms of when you are adopting energy efficient principles across any business or at home. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we give him a round of applause? From a practical perspective, we have a representative from the Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Association. Maybe if you can introduce yourself before I can ask you the question, and tell us about what you do, and then we can then pose some questions.
Sanibonani bekunene. Ngiqhamuka ku Eswatini Refrigeration Association. Bekuthe kutawuba naba bemaziya ngumanyakatane mina wakadlamini. Ubhizi ngalokunye lapha ababemaziya. Ngingu treasurer ka association. Si responsible for ku trainer onke ema practitioners kule sector ya Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Association. Kuba trainer kusho ukuthi si create awareness on good refrigeration and air conditioning practices. Siphinze sente sure ukuthi baya understand very well the transition from lama HFC refrigerants to the hydrocarbons. Kuendlisha all the various aspects awo kugqila kakhulu kule safety aspect yawo. Yes, sabo.
Thank you so much, Babe. Just a question. How are we doing as a country when you look at the transitioning to high GWP refrigerants to the low GWP refrigerants? How are we doing as a country? How receptive are the technicians to the issues of safety? How are you ensuring that there is safety throughout the process, that all technicians, they adhere to all safety procedures? How, as an association, what do you do to ensure that there is safety? And as well as when you look at the capacity in terms of knowledge, in terms of experience, what kind of trainings do you think are necessary to ensure that the technicians are well equipped to deal with flammable refrigerants? Just enlighten us on that, and what kind of capacity, what support would you need from government, from the government stakeholders, from international partners? What exactly do you think would actually work for Eswatini in order to ensure that we transition smoothly to low GWP refrigerants?
All right. Thank you so much. That's a very good question. The safety part doesn't only concern the practicing technicians, the end user as well. Imagine your fridge being told works on a flammable refrigerant. All it tells you, we are going to lose your entire property. So it becomes a very big challenge. So with our partners, Environmental Authority and government, like you rightfully pointed out, I'm actually working at VOC team where I'm a lecturer in the refrigeration and air conditioning department. So the safety part, all we preach, if you are not taught the safety aspect, don't attempt to work on hydrocarbons. They are highly, highly flammable. The resistance is there from the technicians. The first time these domestic refrigerators came into the market, they resisted. They would turn away and not attempt. So the only thing now, they don't have work to do. The market is full of these refrigerators which are working on hydrocarbons. So they've got nowhere to run. They have to face and work on them. So with us partnering with Environmental Authority and government, we have trainings which collaborating with UNDP, which we run on a weekly basis, depending on the openings which we get during the course of the year. So we usually get a very good response from the technicians. They attend. Challenge is we have limited spaces from a budget constraints and everything, but they do show great interest. So those courses are there, they are held from time to time. At the same time, we have for part-time guys who are working on the field, we call them upskilling and lifelong courses. So they do those after work. So they're tailor-made for the practicing technicians. At the same time, we run refrigeration as a subject in the in the electrical department. So we have students who are doing a national diploma in the electrical department. So they also do refrigeration, which entails the very content which we have to spread across all the practicing and aspiring technicians as well. Yes.
Just a follow-up question, Babe.
Yes.
I'm advocating for the end user here.
Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned that it is also vital for the end user to actually know which refrigerants are flammable.
Yeah.
How would I know? Gogo nje kamaphungwane. Utakwati ngani kwekuthi lena ke seyingodi. Kwekuthi ngangishisela nendlu.
Yes. Yeah. Ngibonga ukuthi uzibeke nangalo lwakithi ilwimi. Sikufakile etinhlelweni tethu sinayo le association ukuthi kufuna vele send a robust awareness campaign to spread the information. Tonke tindlela tekuxhumana from print media to Facebook and everywhere. Bantu abadala bayithola le information, but lesu emphasize kakhulu lokulula noma ngangibani noma ungede awungakade kuyifunza but imcele ibhodi lode atoyilungisa kusayikhokhele ngaphandle ayisebentele ngaphandle noma ingavutha futhi abe kwendeka ngaphandle but ayisiyo ingodi kugogo lekhaya kaMaphungwane noma ngabasa lapha ivute incane kakhulu le content yayo lela emaphayipini kuthi ingokhela ingodi kimi lotawubasa lele mabhodlela ethu lesishisela ngawo bese sesifaka lo mlilo lapha la ikhona khona. So the content in terms of balance yayo le R600 to be specific to lo moya lo labule ndiba incane ukuthi ingakhona kokhela ingodi kakhulu kimi mine lotosebenta lala khona ngabe seseyishisa nalembahla. But yes imibhalo ikhona kiyo iyasho ukuthi ngisebenzisa yiphi inhlobo ye gas idwetshiwe ine phawu lelangabi. So lenga kucela eMaswatini mcele mechanical emafriji ayikhokhele ngaphandle ayisebenzele ngaphandle. Stop paper song, yes.
Can you give him a round of applause,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen? Magamasin, I know you are a climate change climate change. I know that as a country we recently updated our national determined contributions. What I would like to know is from your desk, from your office, how far does the new or the updated NDC addresses issues of cooling, energy efficiency, and how can Babes Funza from the ministry ensure that there is alignment in the activities that you are implementing to ensure that the energy department achieves its goals of ensuring of achieving reduction in terms of energy consumption, as well as achieving your goal of reducing your GHG emissions. So how aligned is the new NDC in as far as cooling is concerned and energy efficiency?
Thank you very much, Babetwadla. Logumnanzi NDC, it's nationally determined. So akuhlali thine tikolete vakasha netemvelo and determine on behalf of the nation, but we work with all the sectors. And siyawabonga ema sectors kusibambisa, including natural resources and specifically in this case the energy department. And as such, our current NDC ikhuluma ngetindzaba te energy efficiency, iphindze ikhulume ngetindzaba te renewable energy. So uma sikhuluma ngetindzaba te energy efficiency, uyabona ukuthi ekuseni siva lama presentations isivile lo ukuthi the technologies lesekakhona nyalo lakahamba with the lower global warming potential refrigerants, they are more efficient. So that is one part of the alignment. And then as well, we have a sector like industrial processes, lapho khona sisebenta naye energy, siphindze sisebente nayo environmental authority. Nakhona we had committed kuchubeka sisebente indzaba yema-gases lakasetshentwa under the Montreal Protocol, kuze ukuthi a-contribute ekunciphiseni ligalelo livele lilifakako kuma-NDCs. Having said that, our NDC is no longer as new. Kulomnyaka lotako kubhekeke ukuthi sisubmit version 3.0 of our NDCs abanayo yekucala sayi-revise, we are expected to revise, and I think there is a lot of scope ukuthi kuko wonke lo msebenzi losolo usetshentwa with the different ministries sikhona lo ukuthi siqinise lokho lesifuna kwenda. Siqinise kube kutawucontributor in mitigation, but kutawuphindze contributor to the sustainable development of the country, because uma ngabe sithi we are coming up with not just environmentally friendly cooling systems, but cooling systems that will contain our contribution to the heating itself, and cooling systems that will also contribute to efficiency efficiency ke is money in the pocket, so that contributes to sustainable development. I believe ukuthi sitawukhona lokuchubeka sisebenzisane in that space as we continue to strengthen our contributions to climate action.
Thank you so much. I think you're touching on a very important point when you say that there is coordination, there is involvement of various stakeholders to ensure that we have an impactful NDC. And it is exciting to hear you say that version 3 of the NDC is already on the way. And I'm sure that it will eliminate the silo operation in as far as certain technologies is concerned and certain goals. So it is really, really exciting to hear you say that. And one quick question is, what strategies have you put in place to ensure that the NDC targets, the ones that we have in the current NDC, which it's an updated version of the first NDC. What strategies have you put in place to ensure that we achieve the GHG emission targets that we have there in terms of reduction? And also, how far have we come as a country to ensure that we achieve those goals? And what role do you think cooling will play in as far as ensuring that there is a meaningful contribution in the reduction of GHG emissions from the cooling sector?
In Zabayema NDCs and the commitments that we are making, it's still a relatively new area that we as developing countries, including Eswatini, are venturing into. So kusasekuningi lesikufunzako, and as sisafunza, we are still coming up with means to ensure ukuthi siya monitor kahle as we go throughout, which is one of the points that you are raising in your question. So kukhona nyalo ukuthi sitena sandalo version 2 of our NDCs working together with lama stakeholders. There is still a lot of work that we need to do in terms of clarifying lama indicators and as well as putting in place monitoring systems. But as we venture into version 3, monitor better as we go along. And look, monitor akusiko ukuthi kuhleti thine etiko letemvelo sibuke ukuthi siphethe umzaca noma ini ukuthi ngabe bani uyenda yini, kepha angithi imvo yethu sonke is nationally determined. So senda indlela ukuthi nale ka MNRE ka energy babe nendlela yeku monitor basi reportele, because as well nalama commitments iswenda skanye kanye. But ke lokukhulu lokunye ngiloko ukuthi ukhulume babesifunza ngenzaba yetimali ukuthi how then do we mobilize the resources to make sure ukuthi what we have committed to happens. If you look into our NDC, it's in terms of the emissions we seek to reduce by 2030, reduce 5% below business as usual. But umangabe sitfola letimali and the technologies and capacity building that we need, we can go up to 14%. So let us let us mobilize the resources and there is a readiness program that we are working on, and there are other elements. And I have received umsebenzi under the cooling program South Africa. And nangi buka mine is very, very relevant, and I think it seeks to reduce over 20,000 tons of carbon over a 5-year period, and that is a significant reduction, which is talking to how much of a role can cooling play. And le program lena ibukewe ukuthi how do we phase out loku lekhona already loku ngasebenteli kahle and making sure nalo ukuthi lama standards abakhona kuto ukuthi loku sangena for the cooling sector kungabi nguloku kwayitolo, protecting ourselves as well. So yes, there is a significant role for the cooling sector, and as we strengthen our NDC, we're taking that into consideration, and we are looking forward to the implementation of some of the research and programming and readiness programming that has already happened.
Thank you so much. Can we?
Maybe kulokunye nje kungaba kusho lokho ukuthi lendzaba ye cooling ayigcini mhlawumbe la siyibuka khona inaletinye tingoni lengena kuto itisebente. Because cooling ku easy lo ukuthi sicabanga ukuthi it's just for our convenience because it's vakshisa. Gansi our production, our development, it needs certain things to happen at certain temperatures. We quite often say maybe we're in economy, but when we're in agro-economy, what does it take for ukuthi umkhicito ufike etafuleni? Kufuna ukuthi sinciphise konakala kwekudla, so we need our cooling. So the more we make these technologies available and affordable, it's not only from the investment cost, but the operation, Ushito Dr. Mafu, then it means ukuthi laba sikhicitela kudla can do that, and then we can have more food. Then that means we need less land to produce food because we are having less food waste. Lekushoyo ukuthi inemthelela leminengi nje kuphileni kwethu. Even when you go to the health sector nakhona kudzinga ukuthi kube sezingeni lelingilo, and if we do things right with efficiency, it means ukuthi it lowers the cost of delivering. It's a cascading issue, and if we do it well, it also reduces emissions. Lekushoyo ukuthi the loop ukuthi ngithi ngiyapotisa kepha ngala nangibanga lokuchubeka kushisa. It's a good space for us to consider and make sure ukuthi kuyasita for sustainability of our development.
Thank you so much. Ngicela simshayele ntandla. Make masina utsinza, I think so vele when the preemptly to babe from Namport, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Make Masina touched on a very important point. Oftentimes when we think of cooling, or when we discuss the subject of cooling, most times we think of two appliances. That is your air conditioning systems and refrigeration, or your refrigerator, your refrigerating appliance that you use at home. But in cooling actually it spreads in five main sectors. We have the healthcare sector, storage of vaccines. We have the food cold chain. We have the space cooling sector. We have the transport sector. And also we have industrial and manufacturing, where there is quite a lot. Tingukutethu lesitidlako natisuka nabaqedza kutihlaba labahlaba khona embuluzi batifaka kuma refrigeration system, and which are very energy intensive. So when we look at cooling, we are looking at all those areas, not just your refrigerator at home. So whenever we think of cooling, it is important that we look at it at a broader, with a broader eye, because it's such a huge sector. And there are so many opportunities. Earlier we talked about job creation opportunities. Indeed, there are opportunities the jobs that can be created from the cooling sector. And I think in our midst we have a representative of Babemazia from Namport. I'm sure that he's going to share with us their experience. Namport, they host one of the strategic cooling facility for the country, mainly for vegetable processing. So what we would want to know is what they are doing, what improvements they've done in the systems. Are there any plans to actually install chillers around the country to ensure that there is a reduction in terms of food loss due to lack of cooling. So we would want to hear more, I think, but before you get to those questions that I've just mentioned, maybe you can introduce yourself and then tell us about what you do and what role cooling is playing in your supply chain.
Thank you, Program Director. Well said, I'm not Mr. Mazia, I'm Sydney Ladla. Mr. Mazia is my boss. As far as cooling is concerned, I would say we are more of the side of end users in terms of the cooling facilities that are out there. When talking about cooling in the context of food security, we're talking about food that is mainly produced through agriculture. Could it be something that is grown from the fields or animals? The moment you harvest or you slaughter that animal, decomposition starts kicking in. So without efficient cooling system, you are likely to lose those food items unless it's something that is dried off. But you find that a majority of our food items are coming from our plants and animals. They come fresh, so you need to cool them one way or the other. So cooling starts from the time you harvest that animal or that crop. You transport it, you need to keep it in that cold chain. You store it, you need to keep it in that cold chain, and even in distribution. So it has to be in a certain temperature, depending on that commodity, so that you have it for longer, and so also so that we save the earth by not overusing the resources that we have. Because as we overuse, if we produce for wastage, then we will end up overusing the resources we have. So as an institution, we are supporting issues of sustainable energy solution in terms of the cooling systems that we are using. Currently, we are using electricity, but in future, we are looking at introducing other sustainable energy solutions to try and also contribute in terms of reducing the use of things that are affecting our ozone layer. Because for us in the food security sector, we are also concerned about climate change. Climate change for us is a very important phenomenon because with the changing weather patterns, it becomes more and more expensive to produce food items. So we are so much concerned that as a country, we should use energy efficient methods that are not depleting the ozone layer so that we've got better climate conditions. Then lastly, I may say, as an organization, we do have cooling facilities around the country where farmers can come and bring their produce. And from there, we also have refrigerated transport that transport it to the various places. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's good. It is good to learn that you are also looking at sustainable energy solutions. I'm sure that takes into consideration integration of renewable energy systems in your refrigeration systems and all the like. It is such a good initiative, and if that is in your strategies, it shows that as an organization you are forward-looking, because that's the world, that's the direction the world is taking right now. We should also take into consideration sustainable energy solutions. Ngozi, Ngozi. Maybe before we start, Ngozi, if you can introduce yourself before. Yeah.
Asbong, Asifusele afternoon, everyone. My name is Lamin Tembelihle. I'm from the University of Eswatini in the mostly I'm in the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, where I'm teaching and also doing research with the students.
Thank you so much, Ngozi. I think you know, there's a buzzword artificial intelligence, Ngos. The most talked about thing in recent years, you know, it's becoming very, very common, and it is spreading like a virus. And if we don't utilize the technology, we may find ourselves lagging in many things. So, Mlangen, with the emergence of artificial intelligence, what role can such technologies play towards the reduction, first, the reduction of the carbon footprint, as well as the role it can play in ensuring that artificial intelligence plays its role in energy efficiency? It can be energy efficient technologies, it can be energy efficient management systems. Where do you see artificial intelligence in these two areas that we are gathered here today?
Okay, thanks, Program Director. It's a broad field anyway.
Yeah.
So currently, let me just break it down to small few words. So currently the buzzword is about AI, but the AI that we normally hear about, it's the idea of generative AI. That means I can ask a question and get a solution or a guidance in terms of outline, presentation, and other things that's there. So that's another branch of AI. So AI is like an umbrella. Then you have sub-branches that you have. So you have generative AI, you have recurrent neural networks, then you have machine learning parts and other things. So now, in terms of system design, because anyways, I'll be biased maybe, I'm an electronic person. So in system automation or system design, we are looking at how you can add intelligence into the system so that it works in a more efficient way. So whatsoever you design, you have to design in the best possible way so that you can be able to come up with a system that will always consume less, but at the same time performing the same functions that you expect. Drawing from the other speakers here, we talk of reliability, system reliability. How do you measure efficiency in terms of systems? So in terms of that, we need a way to be able to measure that. So from the VOCTIM side, we heard that the refrigerator, or the instructors are told how to fix the refrigerators, but then how to get to know that the fridge is no longer working?
Yeah.
So you get to know because you just open the door and see that there are no longer ice. There is no ice there. So how can we use that intelligence to be able to do that? So artificial intelligence will exploit that. That means it has to inform you that now your fridge's performance is no longer the normal one. And what you have to know about AI is that it involves three things. It's collection of data. That means it has to collect information. Every day you measure the parameters, the key parameters that you're going to measure. You analyze the data to see that is it still a normal operation level or the desired level. Thirdly, it can predict. You need to tell that there's going to be malfunctioning of the fridge. So you need to attend to it. So that means that intelligence needs to come from artificial intelligence. So that means there you are supposed to harness all of this and then compute at the same time trying to find the fault so that you can be able to maintain it before it collapses. Because in electronics, in systems reliability, when it's new, it's okay. But when it gets old, it's bound to fail. So you need a way that this can tell you if it's about to fail, or in terms of maintenance. We call it predictive maintenance. That means you need to know when to maintain the fridge.
So if, just to elaborate on your, I know that you've given us an academic description of what AI is, but some of us learn better ngetibonelo. Maybe if you can give us an example of an AI solution that has worked in some countries, which you believe can actually work for Eswatini, particularly the energy efficiency sector or the cooling sector as well.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have worked in a lot of things. I have worked on developing AI algorithm for mobile network systems. So the same concept can be brought back to cooling and refrigeration system. Let's put an example, a typical example. Nationally, we are structured differently. Unlike the European setup, we don't have a centralized cooling system like in houses. So we have individual homes. Then in offices, each person is having his or her office space. Each individual office is having an air conditioner, and air conditioner, and air conditioner. So how much energy are you consuming?
Yeah.
How much carbon you are emitting? Because each individual office is having its own air conditioner. So the solution now, we have to look at exploit a solution in terms of that. That means where AI can work in our society. Just as an example, solve the problem of air conditioners that are duplicated. So now we need a centralized system whereby now you have a way of heating at a certain time and also cooling the room at a certain time. First of all, we need to know the occupancy. Is there a person there in that room that has to be activated in terms of the air conditioner? Because you normally, when you go to the office in the morning, it's cold. You just press your remote and then you turn on. How many? 15 offices are running at the same time. Is there someone there? No. Sometimes you just leave it, when you go home or going outside, just leave it as it is. It's just heating. So now, we need a solution that's going to work. I have seen it working somewhere. So this solution can work because you have these duplicates. You need to have a centralized control unit that you have. So that means now each particular office will just merely be having sensors to detect occupancy and also the airflow. That's now you have to adjust the temperature to this particular level. So the centralized unit is going to detect all the offices to see that there is a presence of someone. When there's someone, adjust the temperature in that particular room. So that means you need dampers, you need sensors, you need a smart control unit that's there. The smart control unit there, it's going to use predictive method. So that means it needs to predict the temperature that I need to push the temperature to a certain level, because now I have studied your pattern, behavioral, I have studied your preferences. I know that you like 30 degrees. So I know that. So, but even though it's high, but I know your preferences, I can study the pattern that all the people in this building, they like to have maybe when it's cold, it's between 20 and 30. When it's hot, then you go down probably 15 to 18. So we know your preference. So that means that tool, the intelligence tool is supposed to do that. That's one example. Number two, we go to Namport, because they deal mostly on refrigeration. That means now we talk about, the previous one I was just merely talking about smart thermostat. For now I'm talking about solar powered. That means when you have a solar powered cold room, we need to exploit the renewable energy that you're harnessing. It's either you're going one, solar panels only, or just have a hybrid system where we have, we call it wind and solar, and then you have a smart switch, whereby now it needs to know, it uses AI intelligence to know that when it's time to switch over to wind. Because you want your battery banks to be always full, at the same time want to consume less in the batteries so that you keep that food in the desired temperature. So we call it a set point. So use artificial intelligence to drive all the system automation. So this will be automated. It's not like someone's pressing buttons, but the system needs to be able to collect data, use the data that is coming from the banks, battery banks, so I know how much energy is available and for what duration I can turn on the fans, because it's all about turning fans so to cool the environment, the local environment or the room where you keep your food or you store your food in that way. So this is just two examples where you can use locally.
Thank you so much. In other words, for buildings, what we call building energy management systems,
ngiyona solution lesiyidingako. Ngaye ngangena kulelinye office eminyakeni lengcile saxoxisana nalabanye ngeva lomunye asilami ngifuna kulikhanza libanza ekuseni lishisa ekuseni nangifika ekuseni ngibe kwakusebusika wasilami office ngifuna kulikhanza lishisa mina ekuseni ngongishiya overnight le ekhona. So can you imagine that mentality? Ladies and gentlemen, can we clap hands for these wonderful people here? I think they've done such a wonderful job today. Energy efficiency, I read somewhere during the global pledge on energy efficiency and renewable energy that the countries that signed the global pledge considered energy efficiency as the first fuel, which means energy efficiency on its own is a resource, so if we manage our energy well, we are going to benefit from that. Any questions from the floor? I think we will give you the opportunity as well to ask questions to these wonderful people. We are asking questions to the floor. I see one hand from the side. I see two. I see three. I see four. Maybe let's start with this four and then we'll come to the next group. First four questions and then we can start. But it's not 10 minutes, so first question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Twala. Maybe my question I'll direct it to Mr. Manyagatane. I know that experience being a good teacher, I want to know how far have you gone as an association in relation to these inexpensive, experienced bush technicians, those are the ones working in the informal sector, in relation to the transitioning, because these guys, they do really help us in the locations, considering that they are informal. What steps have you taken to incorporate them into this program? Thank you very much.
Next question.
My question would be maybe ngalaga energy efficiency. Would see how do we measure efficiency? Since it's 70 gas, we say gonna high demand. High demand how? Because nialo, I mean we're at a time like kona bantu bayakha siyathutuka, so very definitely we'll need the energy kutsi cool. So now, how do we measure efficiency in our context? Because angati nobe ikona ini data lesi reference agiyo. Sto kona utsinangabe sithi we're going for my solar panels. Besebenzisa into lengaga before and nyalo sesta usebenzisa into lengaga. And then maybe again kuyamisa maybe for Babe Dlamini EAI. I see that's a great initiative because I mean it makes life easier, but kuna naba leshlala nabo lemakhaya siba include njani in that process nangabe sisetaba netinkinga tabo network nako konke lokho la khona utawukhanza ukuthi bona abasayitholi leyo information or the education on this initiative lesithi sizama kuyiphusha because fune sihambe sonke kungabi into yasembabane nakamanzini kuphela.
Sanibonani, ngibingelela ke ngisuka ngapha ke kwaZulu Natal mina. Igama uProtas wakandaleni. Ngiphuma kwicompany ebizwa nge-SIG. I'm a group CEO in the company. Now, it is great to be in this presence of this room and listening to all these discussions that are being held at this summit. I just want to firstly focus on this just 3 points, but I'll start with the first one because it speaks very much on the experience. I mean, I'm sure everyone who's sitting in the table will see there. We've got Verve water in your table. That's what we produce. That falls under our group. We've got about 6 industries, but part of the food and beverage, we do that, and some of them have consumed our juice called Nutrisan. That's what also we do. Now, if you look at the bottle first, that's why I want to talk about industries here in Eswatini, because I'm actually a descendant of Eswatini, but I happen to be in South Africa. Now, if you look at our bottle, the Viv water bottle, it's actually engraved. If you're looking at the labeling, it's actually engraved with laser. So it makes the bottle itself returnable. Now that's part of recycling the bottle, to use the bottle a couple of times. So it's part of our commitment to ensure that we try and save energy. Now, having said that, I want to focus here now, drawing it back here in Eswatini, especially with the Department of Energy. Is there any measures that are in place to engage industrial, especially manufacturers and then industries in Eswatini, to engage them in means of energy savings? And then if that's not being, then I would suggest that there should be an engagement of that nature. I mean, we work very closely with the economic development in that side, and it works very much. Because remember, when there's a problem, there's also an opportunity. Now, having said that, also talking about the carbon emission rebates, for those who are actually doing very well, it will be very much interesting to see that being, employable within the industrial sector, as well as with obviously the malls, also, which is corporate, big offices and corporates, if we can do so. And then for those who are non-compliant, do definitely impose compliance penalties on that. Because with that said, it actually motivates people to start taking serious the issue of global warming. The second point is about talking about the very same word I just used, global warming. If you had to take a walk to Matsapa, or you go to Konala Kamanzini and you stop 5 people and ask them, what is global warming? People will not know. And the moment you explain to them, they will then ask you, it doesn't affect me. So one of the most important things is to engage now general public in a mass messaging and a mass engagement on that. It is all well nice and great that we meet and have such a talk workshop and then put up strategies and everything. But without having up an ordinary person understanding how important it is for them to play a role in saving energy in their own individual spaces, we will never win the battle that we are faced with. And lastly, unfortunately, I think the UN.
Can it be the last one?
Yeah, it is. It is the last one. It is the last one.
Thank you.
Yeah, the last one is the fact that can the UN, because Africa is the less carbon emitters, but unfortunately, it looks like we're the ones who are suffering a lot. What are the measures that the US is pressing the US, the East and the West to comply also, because those are the ones who are bigger in emission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last question.
Yes, thank you. I'm Lungle Kininza. Mine is just on the issue of cooling. I'm just concerned about probably what can you do as a country to ensure that probably we also consider the bamboo and the moringa for cooling and reducing emission in that regard, because really bamboo can also be a cooling, has got a cooling effect, because when you have planted the trees along your homestead, it has got that cooling effect. We have seen it in Zombodze. Some farmers have planted bamboo. So why can't we venture? Because it can create employment opportunities. Like now we're talking of reducing plastic pollution. Then when my concern, my thing is like, what about these toothbrushes which are plastics? Why can't we also say, let us have toothbrushes made with bamboo? So in that way, we're just also trying to reduce. And there's another point I just want to highlight is the issue of medical waste that we are emitting as a country. We're burning through these incinerators the medical waste. Then we're saying, what technology can we venture into in ensuring that we reduce emission using a certain technology? So it is wise probably to say, let us also research based on which technology can we use, because we have seen in South Africa, some others have ventured into.
Thank you so much.
They have ventured into such technology. So I'm just trying to propose that as a country, let us venture in some of these things that can reduce emission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mage. Siyabonga Keninzi. I don't know, maybe ungaqala wena Nyakatane, yes, ngoba ngathi baqale ngawe baba.
Siyabonga kakhulu bongosi. Maybe angiqale ngekubonga futhi lokuthi ungalisabile ligama ngingilovela. Alisiyo yale emajaheni khululeka. Ngingimanyakatane vela akusiyo la semajaheni ungesabi. Okay, futhi ngicabanga ukuthi umbuto lomuhle vele sonke sikhule sathi ukuthi emafriji alungiswa ngilabo bhuti mhlawumbe lo wathi ukuthi utawubona inombolo uyithola epalini la gas. Sathi ukuthi kumbe ufundziswe sikhanze emafriji alungiswa bosibali ihlobo tethu ngosiyami. So ke si association lesikwendile kulomkhakha lo kuba embrace laba labasilungisela lama fridge in partnership na DIVT na Environmental Authority. Ye in out akhona ama trainings lesiwendako kubafundzisa about best refrigeration practices. Now kweqala eminyakeni wemfundo yamakhono eSwatini 2023 sikhonile kwenda igroup yokuqala kube ndisa ema grade test certification leku grade 3. So siyethemba emva kwalo msebenzi walomnyaka kanje noma sengitakhuluma tebaphathi kufanele sake fikile kubo September October sibe sesiyendile igroup yesibili futhi kufuna ukuthi siba grade labaningi baze bamende lo grade 3 sitokhona kuqhubekele embili kubo grade 2 na 1. I-association responsible for ukuthi iba register babe ku database kwatiwe ukuthi eSwatini lababhala kulomkhakha wemafridge bangakhi bahlale balandzeleka bahlale bavuseteleleka lelikhono labo lekusebenza. Yes, samba ngikuphendulile mzangayethu. Siyabonga.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Manyakatane. I think you've hit it on the nail. Sis Magamasin, maybe sponsor before Magamasin. Akunembuto lo vele waqonzana nelitiko.
Yes, ngicabanga ukuthi ngawuthaklisha the issue measurement energy efficiency lechamukela phana. Ngicabanga ukuthi tikhona tindlela of measuring energy efficiency and also equipment of measuring energy efficiency kulama different equipment lesiwasebenzisako. For example nje I think at the back I have a colleague lo phethe nje one equipment yokumeasurisha efficiency in terms of lighting, whereby uyabona ukuthi if you are using energy efficient lighting noma LED comparable kule globe yakho yakadzeni uyabona ukuthi ema consumption ehlukene lapho uyabona ukuthi ufaka kangakanani lo 10 watts lo nalo 60 watts lona udla kangakanani but ukunika the same kukhanya mhlawumbe which you might need. But ke lokunye lokumcoka domestically in terms of kumejarisha leto tintfo noma ungaba ukuthi ube proactive wena naka le tintfo te labeling ema equipment ethu nyalo a labeled so ufuna unake le tintfo nayo yotsenga equipment the energy labeling ukuthi how energy efficient it is bo A D B C F kuya ngaloko nje but the more uya letulu the more kusho ukuthi ku efficient utakudlela kancane lendvo leyo so leyo nje ku direct kuconza kuma wattages nalendlela lokudla ngayo ngicabanga ukuthi ngiyo indvo lenga encourage in terms of ku majorisha ngingati ke leminye imibuto angayiva kahle but ngive ngathi as engage le engagement ya
ngicela kungeta kulokushiwo ngosifunza lenye indlela lengasita ukuthi sikhone ku measure energy efficiency ngidaweni tasibonelo uma ufika esitolo uyothenga lilambu lekukhanyisa ngifuna lilambu lelitangikhanyisela ekamelweni itolo bengithenga i60 watt angisho uma ngifika esitolo kumbe leyo lambu leyo litanginika boma 500 to 600 lumens uma ngifika esitolo ngidafike ngikhanze kune LED noma ngikhanze kune CFL letanginika lo 600 lumens kephane lona ukhanze ukuthi alisadli 60 watts selidla 12 watts ngilenye indlela lelo wena as a consumer letakusita ukuthi njengoba asho sifunza lokuthi most of these products nyalo asa labeled so now ufika ukubuka lokho kuyakutshela ukuthi wo lelambu lelidla kancane kunale shosa ngithathe lelidla kancane kephani lokumcoka ukuthi lidla kancane nje liyanginika inilokukhanya lokunganikwa kona ngilele linye lelidla kakhulu uma nangabe liyakunika lokukhanya lokho show ukuthi li energy efficient lelo lambu lelo make masini.
Yes, thank you very much. Lomunye umbuto loqhamukile indzaba ukuthi how are we engaging with manufacturers and industries in this regard. Mhlawumbe kungaba kusho ukuthi lesikukhanzile ukuthi in some of these things industry is driven by profits itself so uma ngabe you put on the market ushido babesifunza ukuthi thina we are looking into the policy and regulatory space so once we ensure ukuthi akhona lama opportunities for efficiency for the things that work better usually industry will take it up because it's driven by policy but again that is not enough because it is also our responsibility to make sure ukuthi leyo enabling environments lesiyendile nalawo ma policies leswendako ayatiwa ngibo bonke kuze ukuthi bakhona lokusibambisa babambise ne-economy so in saying this kunengi lesikwendako kutama ukuthi ku-improve our communication and collaboration with the private sector. Kwanyalo, one of the areas this is Tamakutenda, it's getting in through the likes of business, Eswatini and the other business sector groupings, where we have noted they are categorized into different groups because of imisebendile ehlukile labayendako. Kepha-ke nakulama programs njengalabo refrigeration, I think Babesfunza can attest they've been working with the private sector. Eswatini nje was one of the lamanye amavela kasembili ekukhoneni ku phase out the ozone depleting substances lakelanywe ngilawale sesizama kwakhweshisa nyalo because bebabambisene na the industries but tandla tethu tivulekile ukuthi singachushiseka how best kwekuthi sikhone loku to reach out. And saying that ngicela lo mbuto loyo kulandzelanisa nangilokhuluma ngeke ukuthi uyati bantfu abadi nangale global warming now uyenza nje umuntu ubuta ukuthi okay ke ingenelana naphi ke nami lemfo lena lengiyendako lokhu kungiletinye tintfo lesitibukile siyasebenta nje nyaloku buka ukuthi ngabe luhlelo le information dissemination esingaligcinisa kanjani. Not just for the cooling ekphela, I think even Nabo Environment Authority and NATSI we are venturing into the social media platforms. We are trying to use the media, but let's go different categories ebanfu. You need to communicate them differently. The way you communicate and the media that you use for communication. So we are exploring that to see how we can strengthen so that it's fike kubo bonke bantu, which would then cover strengthening loku communicator nama business nalabantu ngekwehlukana kwabo netigaba tabo letehlukene. Ukhulume nangendzaba yema carbon emission rebates. Indzaba yema carbon emission rebates ngicela kusho ukuthi kuze ukuthi sifike ekuthenini singakhuluma ngale ndzaba leyo kufuna sicalela kwengceni emthethweni wala ukuthi sithini ngale carbon and who has what target. Singaqali nje sesichamuka sesithi utawuthola i-rebate, uthola i-rebate nangabe bosuke phi wayaphi ubekelwe ini. But ke kusesekunengi lele kumele sikwende kunginyalo silungisa indzaba yemthetho ukuthi madvudane sitawufika we are planning ukuthi we will also have a consultation with the non-state actors like faka ekhatsi the business sector kubuka lo mthetho wethu lo maybe angeke ufike to this final detail but udasiniketa loko ukuthi bese sesiyakhona kwakhela lawo ma regulations and other things letakwenda ukuthi esidingo siba khona sifike lapho and leso sidingo leso sitawuya ngokuthi sibuke eslive ukuthi how can we move best while doing our mitigation action and as well our sustainable development ngendlela lelungela thina. And then ke bese seyibuya lakuthenini okay ke sifuna kwenda nathi lokho ngoba vele siyadinga lokwenda kumele sikwende but what is the East and the West doing? Should it be our burden? We need to shoulder part of the burden but we are not even from a global perspective we are doing our best not to absolve the East and the West and have them lead. It's a difficult space, but this is what we do my negotiations just to make sure the burden doesn't come completely on us. I think the negotiations currently are khuluma netindzaba ukuthi ngathi sekufuna kungazuthi sithithwa ngekulingana sekude developed not developing yet we need to maintain that and in maintaining that kusiniketa le opportunity of continuing to say yes we want to do our part as well, but support us, give us, assist us with the technology, assist us with the capacity, assist us with the financial resources because of that differentiation. But as well, we need them to take action in their own countries as well. Nathi sisathathale yethu kungagcini nje ngake ukuthi mhlawumbe sesifuna kuthengiselana i-carbon ukhanze sibona leba kwenda kosebekenda ngekuthi kwende thine bayasibhadara. So we need that balance and we continue to negotiate while we continue to do as well. Bese lungile ukhulume ngendzaba yema materials. I think it's something for all of us to explore, maybe not necessarily responding to that as nyalo, but kunale sustainability issue ukuthi let us use the most sustainable materials ngendlela letasebentela and kuloko lapho sichubeka sisebenzise khona other kind of materials we are continuing to explore indzaba economy yethu ukuthi how can we ensure ukuthi kude lokulahlekako naloko lebengazuthi sekusebentile kuyaphindze kubuye where we talk about circular economy. And then there's the issue of medical waste. Let me say, we don't work in isolation. We work with the different ministries. And we have the Ministry of Health on board. We are looking at the different things that we can do. Yes, we need to make sure pathogens don't end up everywhere. But what can we do? It's something that we are open to look into. In Ministry of Health, we are having them on board. Ngicabanga ukuthi ezisichubeka sitawubona nema adaptation strategies ethu bring more things onto board nema mitigation strategies ethu as well. Thank you.
Because of time, ladies and gentlemen, can we please allow us to end this session? Ngiyati ukuthi sesilambile. Yes, but ikhona umbuto lowe inclusivity. Manqaphu baba. Yes.
Okay. Okay. In terms of teaching AI, emakaya, ngive ngathi sho kanjalo question. That's a challenge in terms of bomapungwana uthi tawufika njani lo lwati. Currently, this is what we are doing. We have an energy center that deals with renewable energy, so we teach renewable energy, solar installation, and other things. We have the STEM power, of which we are going to teach electronic courses free of charge to anyone so that you understand what is efficiency. Then we have the AI course starting August, first week of August. So it's an introductory course. So even though it's going to be paid, but I think it won't be expensive, but it's open to the public, 1st of August.
Siyabonga, colleagues, and thank you so much, everyone, for sitting through and kusilalela. Awuncesin Nkosi yami, isikhathi sesiyana nangina MC Sovele ula. Thank you so much, colleagues, and siyabonga kakhulu, and may you all succeed in whatever that you do in your respective areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Ngidawucela your indulgence. Please do not leave the stage just yet. There's an item that is specifically, that necessitates you being here a little longer. As we have heard, the issue on cooling, from the needs of energy to ensure that our refrigerators are running so that the food that we keep in them actually lasts a little longer. And as much as we are doing all of those, we also need to consider the climate. And fortunately, we have technology on our side to help us be more efficient in all that we do. One announcement before we move. The bottles on your tables, if you recall back in the day, sikhule kunema king size. Those king sizes bowuthatha lolo kulakhathi ukusebenzise uphinze uyibuyisele king size uthole deposit yakho. The bottles that we have on the tables today are of a similar nature. Use the beverage inside, but please don't discard or don't take the bottle with you. We have a deposit to collect. Thank you. At this juncture, ngidawucela the Executive Director of Eswatini Environment Authority to come forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Stungo. Once again, a big round to the panel and to the facilitator. Thank you so much, Mr. Twala. Let me request the Undersecretary in the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Mage Vlagat, to come and hand over this just token of appreciation to the panelists and the facilitator, and then she will probably just give us the vote of thanks. Aseta Mage Vlagat, siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you, Mr. Twala, for this insightful session. I think maybe we need more of this, maybe even a podcast of some sort with each one of the panelists, so that these issues can be part of our conversation going forward. Otherwise, thank you so much for those who have been joining us on the live streaming and online, on YouTube, on Eswatini TV and channel Yamaswati. We really appreciate that. Asicele na Dr. Mafu utazusilele buya ntsanga yethu utazusilele lapha buya utochawula sandla lapha ku-US. Ngidawucela ukuthi aseta naye asicale ngababethwala kuyenela yena ngithi kunela buya Mafu our key presenter nasixoxe and if you come here, so a picture will show the nangamanini sonzile ngalapha nje e-US abuthi balambile bakamafu naku sekuwa lokhu lokuwako bafuna kuvele le branding lapha mafu siyabonga Nako-ke kuleli tela siyabonga. Asicele babethwala next. Thank you, Shivakati, for facilitating this very so well. Please give it to the US. Bekungadi ukuthi ugijima comrades kamnanzi kangaka aphindze ufacilitate nakamnanzi kangaka. Siyabonga. Next is the Director of Meteorology, Mage Masina, one of our pioneers are these issues of climate action in the country. She has been negotiating climate change for many, many years. Siyabonga Mage Masina for sharing this with us. Asicele elomelesi onampoti umnakethu babedladla akaselekthwa ngimbe kunene edladla la nimvele nje ukuthi umnakethu doesn't need me vele uyatibekela nje siyabonga Mr. Dladla, Chief Operations Officer at Namport. Siyabonga. Who's next? Babe Sifunza, mntwana nkosi wale Tulu le kaShewula. Awu neba kaShewula ba represented. Babe Sifunza utawulahlekelwa utalandzela ngidokotela lihle. Ngithembele lihle lo. Ngilihle lo yena ngithembele lihle. Siyabonga Nkosi. You are next Mlangeni. I hope ukuthi ngeke uyivule nga AI le gift. Nina Professor Motsa nina nibetika phe. Ningavama kuyivula nge AI le gift. Asi umlangeni ke amnethu umanyakatane ke wasekhaya. Akabuye one of our champions in the training of the technicians. Umlangeni siyabonga Nkosi for also being part of this. Shosi nebanga Nkosi balambile emlangeni nifuna kuwa. Siyabonga kakhulu US. With that, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Siyabonga kakhulu. Awusalo nihlala nje azasala qedza nihlale nalama gift enu manini kubaleka. Salo nihlala sala qedza make Vlakati sala nimsingatha la stage. Over to you, US. Thank you.
Siyabonga Program Director. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and Environmental Affairs, I'm here to thank all of you for supporting us and attending this important event. And we pledge as a ministry that we will continue to support the policy on climate action. I would also like to express my gratitude to all our partners, especially our esteemed exhibitors from the refrigeration, cooling, and energy efficient sectors. Your contributions are invaluable in our collective journey towards a cooler, greener Eswatini. As a ministry, we'll ensure that we have a cooling summit again in 2025. So, with those words, we thank each and every one of you for making this event a success. Thank you very much. Siyabonga.
Thank you.